I mean, you also have the fan token trophy going on related to football. I guess you have to make it in the top 5,000 to get anything. I didn't even sign up on that one, but you have to trade those fan tokens though. So yeah, screw that.
Oh, the game is so stupid, but sometimes we make good progressions on the field. But that Korean goalkeeper, he will just play for his life, bro.
You have the weekly competition also that ended, I think, this week because we're in December now. For Gala, I was trying to catch along. Well, when with Drew might still be in, or maybe not. I don't know because he was looking at 24, if I remember right. Support. Well, we bounced from there. I think he said he wanted to add, right? Well, me, I got stopped out from that initial trade, and I re-entered once it was back above 24/7. And right now, I'm like, I think I'm gonna try to compound it to make up for the stop loss. So I guess I'm gonna exit. Uh, if we put in a high, and just re-enter at the same price point to compound a bit. And if I get stopped out again, well, at least I did secure some profits, which is very small profits, but it's something. It's as much as the stop loss, so yeah. Idea is to break even on one stop loss. I guess I'm bored.
Zeus, sorry. Zusi, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just saw Tame. Tame just made some blocks, man. He gave me just a little more hope. No, I don't want to come out of my positions.
My bad. I meant to draw red blocks. I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus.
joking.
Bro, you always catch me. Like, I'm so innocent. Like, you always say something and I always believe it. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, Tam is trying to be fun today.
No, it's not the first time. Like, the other day with the Neuralink, he was saying that the monkey was doing the trades, and I was like, what the heck?
I
I
know,
need to
I
buy
was
this monkey.
here. I was here. That fucking Gallon didn't tweet. Come on.
Look. If you can play Pong, you can trade.
He probably can trade better than me.
Yeah, because it's getting that monkey juice.
Whatever it is, man, I want to buy it. So, Tim, I'm sorry. What's your bullish scenario for this? Like, how far do you think Bitcoin could go from where we are now?
If TD Ameritrade jumps in 25K overnight.
Jesus, that's and then we would definitely see like a flush, right? From there.
Right. If you listened to the committee yesterday, they wanted to make it so that you cannot buy Bitcoin and stuff for retirement accounts. But I met with one of these firms in Florida, a Bitcoin IRA, and they allow people to buy Bitcoin in an IRA like I wish I could trade Bitcoin on an IRA, but I don't like their standards. Like if I could do like this MET-C stuff and have an IRA, this futures and collect all these profits, that would be great. But they're trying to prevent people from doing IRAs.
Yeah, that's funny because like I have friends that work in this area and they offer this option. You know, some clients they ask for it and then they offer the ROA, the Bitcoin ROA. That's weird. It seems like they're hiding stuff. You know, they don't want people to really know like how to do stuff. But I'm out, guys. I'm gonna be just in the background. Thank you.
What makes you believe for those green blocks right now, Tam?
So
I mean
basically,
BTC.
let me tell you what green blocks are real quick.
Okay.
You can sell at a higher price than these blocks if you buy at a later date, is my opinion. For like scalping.
Okay. I mean, we can have a bullish scenario on BTC, but we should come just a bit more down, then we have a great weekend.
Look at
For
the
bullish scenario, no?
Look at the DXY chart right here. DXY just spiked up a lot this morning. Now it looks like it's coming back down. And then the SPY. DXY and SPY are opposite right here. So looks good. SPY is actually getting some more buys. I woke up a little bit too late. I would have had more green blocks earlier, but I woke up way too late. I gotta
Like,
go.
do you
I'll come back in a few minutes. I gotta go brush my teeth and stuff.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What's going on, guys?
Alright, I'm back. But yeah, the basically logic behind these blocks is that at a later date, you'll definitely be able to sell at a higher price. It's room to dip down, go through liquidations as well. So if you can get under liquidations, that's going to be a lot better. Yeah, I think heading to the weekend, this is good. The SPY is still uptrending. Some of these cryptos that pushed up a lot in the past few days, like Doge, they're downtrending a little bit, clearing out some of these liquidations. But if they cool off and the SPY ends green today and DTC starts dipping, could be a nice weekend for crypto. Elon's active on Twitter today as well. He pinned that tweet that says, I meet so many people who read Twitter every day but almost never tweet. If I may beg your indulgence, please add your voice to the public dialogue. That's pretty good. The SPY is getting a lot of uptrend. Like, the SPY is getting a lot of uptrend, so this is good. We just came out, cleared a little bit of liquidations. Bitcoin did not come down a lot, like $40. That's not really a lot to worry about for Bitcoin. SPY just broke above 404.79. Getting a nice little uptrend right here in the short time frame. is moving a little bit slow. Definitely moving slow on the crypto side, but the SPY is like climbing. We're already almost at 406 if you look at the SPY over here, YouTube. Like, we've almost recovered from that pre-morning dip. We only have to go up by another 0.47%. But the SPY is edging on this 406. So that's why Bitcoin's starting to get some buys up here. When the SPY was uptrending originally, I thought that crypto would follow, but crypto did not follow immediately. There's a little bit more liquidations. And then crypto started to follow the SPY. So that's what we're looking at here right now. You bought the red Bridger bloke? Awesome. And then Elon Musk is active on Twitter. His last tweet says, you know, Twitter is being fair when extremists on far right and far left are simultaneously upset. Twitter aims to serve center 80% of people who wish to learn, laugh, and engage in reasonable debate. Doge is finally getting that climb. Bitcoin is also trying to break above this short-term moving average. ETHW is way below the moving average down here. Over the past few months, we've noticed that ETHW does move a lot faster than some of the other coins. So that makes it more risky, but can also be more rewarding when you're right, or you don't over leverage, or if you're just on spot. Yeah, as long as you don't over leverage, like, if you don't gamble, trading can be very, very good. The moment you start gambling, trading becomes bad. The reason people like Richard Hart say that people who trade get wrecked is because sometimes there's a population where people gamble, or they don't have time. They enter a trade, they don't have time. They're busy working, they're busy driving or with their kids. And then some really bad news comes out and the price drops like 40% and they can't get out at the beginning because they were busy. So sometimes if you're like trading and you're watching charts all the time, it could be good. I'm gonna play a recording from one of the spaces. This is about an hour, 30 minutes. If you want to listen in, listen to YouTube. I want to go ahead and play it now. This one's with Kaleo, Crypto Kaleo. Crypto Kaleo is the guy that bet. Well, he didn't really bet. He told Dogecoin that Luna would go under $10 again one day when it was like over 100. And Dogecoin was like, I bet you 100 mil it won't. But he never took the bet. It's funny. One sec. Test my audio. Might check one, might check two. Check one, might check two. Alright, so it works. The audio works. Just on Twitter, not getting the audio.
It's been doing that over the last few days. I don't know if you need to restart or how the whole thing works.
Divide 5.3.
I opened it in another browser. I can hear it. Alright, I'm gonna play this on the, this one's also entertaining as well. I'll play it.
I think the most entertaining part of it might have been at the beginning. Kim.com's question about the relationship with Sam and his lover, Caroline. It really didn't even make sense at all what he asked, but it was absolutely hilarious because it triggered Sam. So I actually did appreciate that. But outside of that, a lot of the rest of it was just rambling. There were a few decent questions scattered in here and there, but I think a lot of it, Sam was running circles around the guys that were on stage. The guy, you could tell that a lot of these people had never traded any type of derivatives before. I mean, I doubt that many of them had done much trading in general. So they're not very familiar with centralized exchange, how it works, how to approach some of these follow-up questions. I feel like Chet was trying to be a little bit too much of a tryhard with the way that he was pushing with some of his questions that, like rightfully so, Sam kind of just scoffed at because they didn't really make sense. So, he would press in hard about an issue, trying to get an answer to a question that was completely irrelevant. Which was a little bit embarrassing. One of the main things that I really wanted to ask Sam, though, that I'll type up a thread about here in a little bit, was just the collateral management. So it's one of the things, I think they briefly touched on the mark to market portion of this, but if you look at it, their book. Let's see, I have it pulled up. So here are a few of the names that, whenever he tweeted out the list of his assets versus the liabilities, they had the less liquid portion of the portfolio, which amounted to $15 billion, at least $15 billion prior to the crash. And any tweet thread that Sam has ever talked about, he's talked about how they were over collateralized prior to the crash. And if you could take these names all one for one, mark to market, he's not lying. But the issue for it is that from a risk management perspective, taking all of those names mark to market makes zero sense whatsoever, right? You're looking at FTT, for instance, $6 billion. FTT was the most liquid out of all of those names outside of Sol. Sol a bit more liquid, but FTT probably the most liquid. And let's see what the FTT weekly volume was. And I've got Serum pulled up right now. So Serum, they had marked down for $5.4 billion before that week. If you look at what Serum's price has been over the course of the past several months, Serum was averaging somewhere around 70 to 80 cents. Let's just call it 80, give them benefit of the doubt that it was a little bit higher. The total circulating supply was 1 billion tokens. So what does that put for the total market cap prior to the crash? 800 million. So riddle me how anybody in their right mind could mark an extra, if you're going to get up to 5 billion, divide 5.3 or 5.4 billion by 800 million, and you're looking at a 6.75, so 5.75 times what the actual ratio was there for locked tokens they were including as collateral, which makes absolutely zero sense. Over 50% of the supply of a token that was trading $10 to $20 million per day as an aggregate, they were claiming was worth 5-point-something billion dollars. You could go down the list. Maps is even worse, right? Maps, they were claiming, was worth $865 million prior to the crash, right? Maps, you look at Maps, let's see what its overall daily volume was. Its daily volume was in hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? So looking at it again from the $800 million perspective, a lot of those tokens that they're claiming were, quote unquote, less liquid, but still as collateral. I mean, there's zero way that I can justify in my head Sam not realizing that they had taken this practice of they were utilizing these tokens in that type of manner as collateral. And, I completely understand what he's talking about whenever he says, hey, in May, there were a lot of these leveraged trading desks, or not, the lending desks that ended up closing their books on the Alameda position. So Alameda transferred their risk over to FTX, right? And, with that, I'm assuming what he means by that is whatever the USD value is, they were able to somehow withdraw off of FTX to replace that with the collateral, which was an over-collateralized positions of these names, which again, if you were marking them to market, back in May, they were worth significantly more, right? Back in May, June even, a lot of these names have slowly bled out. I mean, slowly / quickly bled out since that point in time. And they've continued to decline, at vast multiples. Why? Because they're illiquid shit coins that had absolutely zero bid side liquidity, right? And to claim that when you're looking at $15 billion of quote unquote collateral, and these are all shit coins that you supported, you put out there, you were an advocate of, you wrote threads about how Oxy was going to be the future of decentralized finance. It was going to replace banks, and, Maps was going to overtake Google Maps. Nobody was going to use Google Maps down the road because of XYZ. And you were shilling your shit constantly. And then in the background, using it as the baseline collateral for your entire exchange is just absolutely ludicrous. It's criminal. It is absolutely criminal the way that he approached that. And if you look at the way that they treated risk on the platform, right? One of the things that they have as far as opening leverage positions is called the IMF factor, right? In order to open, leverage position, the IMF factor is basically a multiplier assigned to each asset. So it's set based on factors such as liquidity and market capitalization. So this is whenever you want to open a new futures contract, right? So whenever you're opening that new futures contract with the IMF factor, basically what it does is, as the size of that position increases, the total amount of collateral to be opening anything up on that position also has to increase with it. So the issue here is, what they're addressing is that a lot of these shit coins had a lot of risk as far as liquidity was concerned for matching on the futures position for opening anything up. But what they did not address, they did not have anything similar to an IMF factor as far as the initial and total weight of the collateral propped up against it. So, a shitcoin could be propped up. They had a weight of, I think, Serum had a weight of 0.9, and that was applied completely unilaterally for Serum, right? It had zero discount as the total amount of collateral increased. They didn't have anything like an IMF factor to be able to reduce the overall effective weight of that collateral. So now what happens is, when you've got half the supply of a token, over half the supply of a token, and only 10% of the supply is actually unlocked, the other 40-50% that you're playing around with is officially locked, and you're now considering it to be liquid collateral, you are using monopoly money versus real money. Your counterparties are putting up USD or BTC or something like that on their side of the trade, while you are sitting there putting up monopoly money, right? And that's what Alameda was doing with this, and there's zero way that SBF was completely blind to it. So, it's one of the things that I feel like has really been danced around with this, is how there was nothing put in place as far as managing and kind of reducing the risk for collateral. Because at the end of the day, collateral is like, they're liabilities, right? The collateral people put up are purely liabilities. The same way that opening up futures positions are, which he keeps talking about, hey, we had these futures positions going this way and that way. And, the reason why, when those futures positions weren't able to be fully settled, is because of the collateral, not because of, the collateral was worthless behind it on the other side of the trade. So that's why they weren't able to liquidate this collateral for what the total amount should have been, because on the books it was $10 to $15 billion, right? But when it was time to actually liquidate, how much liquidity was really there for them to be able to liquidate those positions? Hundreds of millions, maybe, maybe a couple billion total. Point being, nowhere near the fraction of what they put up to the plate. And there's zero way that you can convince me that he was completely clueless to this. There's zero way that you can convince me that there wasn't anybody internally within FTX that had any clue whatsoever that this was being done. It is criminal. It's not just criminal negligence. I mean, I would consider it to be wire fraud, right? If you know that people on your exchange that you're directing of tokens that you have propped up are absolutely worthless, and you're letting the real customers borrow against that, that's ridiculous. And it blows my mind that nobody has actually drilled into this point with him. It makes zero sense. How can anybody sit there and justify dancing around questions that they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about? The reason why Sam is stepping up to interviews with these guys that are absolutely clueless, that have never touched this shit before, is because he knows that they won't ask him the right questions. He sounds smart. They sound stupid. Right? That's the reason why he sets up interviews with guys like Mario or these other mainstream media outlets that are trained to be slightly sensitive, because they've got an audience that they don't want to piss off. You can say they've been paid off for this, that, or the other, but they have to be sensitive because the type of audience that they're presenting the questions to. So he is carefully, I don't know if you noticed there at the end, WSB chairman asked him why are you not considering going up on up only, right? Internally, one of the highest regarded podcast within the crypto space with Kobe and with Ledger. And there's a clear-cut answer to that because they actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And he can't sound so stupid, or not so stupid, but so smart, but also so naive and kind of paint his own narrative because he'll have people that actually know how to have a conversation with him. And it's bullshit. And, it's probably my own fault that I wasn't brought up there. I didn't want to go up on stage with them at first, but eventually, as I was hearing the questions continuing to pour out, the more that I listened to them, the more that I realized there are 40,000 people listening to this that are rotating in and out and that are getting fed this garbage. And that this is the picture that's being painted for everybody as far as what crypto looks like to the outside. And it's bullshit. Right? It's bullshit, but it is intentionally bullshit. It is painted that way for a reason. Right? You can't be blind to that. You have to be aware of what is happening in the game that he is playing. He is going on these outlets and he is trying to act like he is this innocent little kid that had no idea what was actually happening. And that you should feel sorry for him. And he's going to try to do everything he can to make things right. Where in all reality, he was a degenerate gambler who found himself on the losing side of a trade. And rather than fucking having the balls to do something about it and say the right thing, he took your money and he started to gamble with it to try and make shit back. It's absolutely fucking bullshit. I mean, it's bullshit the way that he's now masquerading very intentionally. I mean, again, pay attention to the type of people that he's talking to, the type of questions that he's answering, the way that he's answering everything. You can say that he's stupid for doing these interviews. I think it's genius because he is intentionally laying out evidence against him, but the evidence that he wants to be put against him, right? It's not evidence that is going to incriminate him necessarily for wire fraud. It's evidence that's going to, he's trying to just paint himself as this completely, I had no idea what was going on. I was completely negligent to everything. I'm sorry, I fucked up. That's bullshit. So, I'm sorry, I've been going on a rant for a little while now. Alan, you're up here with me. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt that.
Yeah, no, man. I was holding this in the entire time throughout the course of what was happening up there. And I wanted the chance to be able to grill into Sam about this because, I mean, if you're Sam and somebody asks you how you can use these tokens that were basically your tokens that you printed, especially look at what happened with the one of his ex FTX employees, that their entire job, I forget what it was it FIDA? So FIDA was one of them, and he had another name like FIDA. It might have been Maps, where it was basically just pure bullshit, where the person was saying, hey, Sam, the tokenomics here don't make sense. This other stuff doesn't make sense. Can we really push through with it? And how Sam was basically just on his ass about, hey, we have to do that. And then you look at the largest stakeholder of those tokens, Alameda / FTX, and then you look at where they were propped up as collateral, the collateral that was left on the books at the end of the day. It's criminal. He was trying to fill holes.
One of the things you brought up was the utilization rate that was allowed on Serum. I think you said 0.9. Is that information available for Maps, Oxy, or Bonefida still?
Yeah, I can go down the list. So, okay, Serum was 0.9, FTT was 0.95. Maps, let's see what he had. All right. FIDA was 0.85. Let's see. Yeah, point being, a lot of these, like the lowest percentage that you're looking at on a lot of them, 0.8, 0.85, right? The average across the
which
board
is
is 0.9.
obviously it's obviously way too high. I'm a U.S. customer, so I don't get to see maybe as much as you do, but I would have expected nothing more than 0.5 on those, and then except for maybe FTT, and then even then that's pretty generous.
Well, no, I mean, it makes sense at a certain scale, right? If you're a customer and you've got like $10,000 worth of collateral of one of these tokens to put up, 0.9, 0.95, that's completely reasonable, right? You can liquidate that position extremely easily, right?
Depending on the size, but I agree with you. If you
like
can weight it towards the
$10,000,
size,
that makes sense. But if you're starting to talk about the tens of millions of dollars, that doesn't make sense whatsoever. So I remember back like when I was full degen mode, April of 21, I was an absolute idiot, man. I bought like 170,000 FTT spot, and I used that as collateral to open up futures positions, and like there was no degradation as far as the overall value beyond 0.95 for FTT. And the other crazy thing about FTT, when you're opening it up and using it as collateral, if you look at their overall liquidation engine and the way that they prioritize liquidations, they say on there, first and foremost, FTT was the last thing that they designed to ever be liquidated. And you ask yourself, why? Well, it's because it was the primary source they were using for their collateral, and they don't want anything to knock their own token down that they were using to prop their own books up. And it all makes sense as far as what this loop goes. You'd look back and you'd have these massive USD, massive negative USD borrows, I guess, against you, because rather than liquidating your FTT position, what they would do beyond a certain point, you would basically borrow USD from the open market. I don't necessarily think Alameda did that because, beyond a certain point, because there was only like $600 million worth of USD borrowed there at the end whenever everything did shut down. But what I think did happen is that they had so big of an FTT position slash Serum slash Oxy slash all these others that marked to market, they didn't need to borrow any USD against it. They never really got to that negative USD position.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about any of that. I mean, it's sort of unfortunate in some ways, and I'm not playing Sam Defender here, but these numbers, like that multiple that you mentioned there for all those assets, that's been publicly available. It's not like that was hidden, and unfortunately, no one complained about it. For the last 2 years, it sucks when it goes bad, but at the time, a lot of people enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was publicly available. So that's a fair counterpoint, right? Like a lot of us could look back and we could say this information was publicly available, right? It's the same type of thing as what Avi Eisenberg or whatever did with the Mango exploit. I think the two are actually a lot more similar than what it seems like from the surface. So what Avi did is he inflated the value of Mango, the spot value, didn't cost him much to be able to do it, temporarily long enough that the Oracle picked up on that price, and he was able to borrow against that and to be able to withdraw funds from Mango. I really think Mango is kind of the decentralized version of what happened to FTX. And we got a real look inside what happens in that type of position and how, look at the tens of millions of dollars of Mango funds that were left on the sideline that, customers needed to be able to be made whole. I think it's the exact same thing here as what happened with FTX. I think it's way more similar than what people are giving it credit for. I haven't really heard anybody make that comparison directly, but I think it's the same type of thing, right? Whenever Avi did that, he knew what he was doing to manipulate the Mango price. I mean, it was a decentralized exchange. Then he knew exactly what the weight of that position would be, what he could open up with it, and exactly what he could exploit off the system because of it. And, it was the same thing happening in the background with FTX and with these tokens that they used as collateral to prop it up. Just they did a better job of hiding it and sustaining it for a lot longer. They weren't trying to rug the exchange. I think eventually they figured that, okay, we're going to make enough money off of this. The market's going to turn around, that we'll liquidate this. We'll eventually get the USD, and none of this will need to be collateral in the first place.
Yeah, Kylio, it's funny, man. Even listening to you talk about this for like a minute, I've learned and it's been more helpful than that last space. That was a nightmare. But that's what I took from it as well. I think that was the most interesting comparison. Is especially I spoke to Avi like a couple weeks ago, and it looks like that's kind of exactly what happened here, right? Like they just were allowed to borrow whatever the hell they wanted, leave FTX with the bad debt. They probably didn't think it would happen, but it's basically a mango markets, except they executed the attack on themselves. It's just
Yeah,
crazy,
exactly. Like, so, the more that I hear people focus on things like, hey, well, there was this back door, like, I think this was the back door, right?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there was something written into the code to where he's going to be able to incriminate himself directly and say, hey, well, yeah, I just gave them this direct line of $8 billion of credit without putting anything against it. No, they had something in place, right? Like the system was there, but it's just one of those things, I guess, looking back from my perspective, where, I wish there was more transparency and I wish I would have thought about this. I guess I was just ignorant to the fact. I thought they had such fat stacks of USD that it just didn't matter one way or the other. There was no real transparency as far as what that looked like, as far as the overall collateralization of these tokens, who was using what. And I think that, like any exchange that allows shitcoins for collateral, that's where there needs to be a little bit more transparency involved, right? Because I think that when you're talking about the overall health of a lot of these exchanges, that's what I want to see more than anything else, because your collateral are your direct liabilities.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing too, I mean, that's really crazy with this. Like, even if this is now looking more like a Mango incident where they just used all their Sam's made up shitcoins as collateral, they borrowed Bitcoin, ETH, dollars, everything that was actually valuable. There's still an element of fraud of like they also probably borrowed from people that weren't even like checking the box saying, yeah, I want to lend my money out, right? Because like in a situation where they just end up with bad debt, still, if I was a spot trader on FTX, I should be able to take out my spot money. I was never lending it out. But it got to a point where, yeah, they must have just let them deposit enough FTT, enough of all these other Solana shitcoins that they let them borrow basically everything that the exchange had. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it came down to.
I'm a little bit more skeptical about that last point, and the reason I say that is the lending mechanism on FTX was pretty publicly watched, and anytime Alameda was known to be farming, the one that comes to mind is Big Data Protocol, and that one became really, really obvious because everyone could see on chain that they were farming that specific protocol, and that protocol was only taking certain assets. And if you looked at FTX lending on international and US actually, both of those, like I think there were 4 or 5 assets that Big Data Protocol were allowing as collateral or as deposits for farming. Those APYs were massive. So to me, that would look like, and it's all just speculation, but that would look like to me, Alameda is directly taking from that lend, and there does have to be a counterparty. I think more of the issue is probably the fact that Alameda allegedly had a no liquidation clause or no liquidation account, and it was probably all FTT. I actually don't think that they used MAPS and Oxy as much as people think. Personally, I think Sam got scammed on that more than he'd like to admit.
Right. That's fair. Yeah, even if they only used FTT, all I meant was like if I was trading on FTX, obviously I can't. I'm a U.S. Client. That's illegal. No one ever does that. But like, let's say I just traded spot Bitcoin there. Regardless, like if I never lent out the money, I should always be able to withdraw my Bitcoin. And
right. But he kind of answered that point, and it's you can debate whether you want to trust it or not. But the way that he answered that, at least, was that because he got asked the question, was that well, we allowed $4 or $5 billion of withdrawals, and so we weren't discriminating against. Oh, Luke, in your case, this hypothetical, you used spot, everyone else used derivatives or futures. They allowed everyone to withdraw, and the first $5 billion that went out, unfortunately, that causes the hole. At least
I got you. I got you, but that's just not that's fraud though, because that's not how any of the other exchanges operate. You can't you can't commingle those two. It's not. He said that they did their balances on a net basis. Like if you deposit Bitcoin, I deposit Bitcoin, you go short, I go long. You can't say that like there's no assets then on the platform. Like we should both be able to withdraw our Bitcoin. He was saying it's based on a net basis and they didn't have all the gross assets. That's ridiculous. Like, that's an outright lie.
The gross assets were the FTT and the serum and that type of stuff, right?
That's what I mean. So they were substituting all of the real money that people were depositing, and basically substituting that with Alameda's FTT, and they sucked out all the real money, and just took more than they could.
Yeah, exactly, man. And that's the thing that you need to look at, I think, with a lot of exchanges when you're doing due diligence now. Again, what are their kind of degradation / risk factors, the equivalent of the IMF factor that's plugged into the, the collateralization side of things? What does that look like as far as the liabilities? And also, I'll just say it, like, fuck it, because it's not illegal for the US citizen to trade on one of these international exchanges. It's illegal for them to allow you to trade. Like,
That's
they
true.
can't. So it's not illegal for you to trade on there. It's illegal for them to allow you to trade, and fuck them, I'll burn them to the ground. I traded billions of dollars on that damn exchange on the .com side. I was 1% of their volume at one point in time, and they didn't give a shit.
So that's an interesting question, because how does that actually play out now in bankruptcy, right? So FTX got strict, not that strict, but they got a hell of a lot stricter than they were, what, 2.5 years ago. All those users that were grandfathered in, that have accounts with no KYC, are they only listed as a creditor if you contact them and give some sort of proof? I actually don't know how that works.
Yeah,
no idea.
I feel like it's going to be
because they're going to be,
I feel like they've got a lot
swimming
of
in accounts.
Yeah,
they're going to be swimming in Mickey Mouse accounts that have a balance of with a Yahoo email. So I actually have no idea how that works.
And you probably don't even. I mean, it's probably not even worth it. Like, just based on the fact that you're going to get pennies in the dollar anyways, it's probably not even worth it to like put your actual info in there if you were doing that anyways for all the reasons.
But I wonder if that exposes liability, right? So like FTX has up until maybe recently been able to put up we don't allow US users defense.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Now,
it puts them in a BitMEX situation like Arthur Hayes got hit with, because they didn't have strict enough rules.
Well, yeah, and now it's public, and someone else gets to look at it. Before, like, Sam wasn't going to let you look at the database, so you just had to take his word for it. Now, someone else can look at the database and say, wait, there's 5.5 million users here. I don't know, maybe 1 million of them have no KYC.
That's interesting. Yeah, I actually haven't thought about that, and that's kind of a really interesting like side thing of, like, Arthur got in trouble well after they had already gotten super strict at BitMEX. They went after them because at the beginning they didn't restrict U.S. Citizens enough, and that they went after them. Department of Justice did. So I definitely think, Alan, you're right. I think the U.S. probably could go after them if they look at enough of these records and enough U.S. people say, yeah, we did trade there. I mean, Arthur couldn't escape, but I imagine Sam and all this shit on top, I don't think it's going to help his case.
Well, when they really started to try to clean up on that mess, I think is whenever they realized they were growing incredibly fast, because it was like August 21 where eventually, like, my account that I had on the .com side got shut down. And I remember looking back at that, and I was a little bit pissed off, but it was one of those things that were cracking down as far as the verification with phone numbers and this, what, that, and the other. But there were a lot of accounts that, I know from friends that I've talked to that were able to stay open. They didn't fully crack down on that. So there were a lot of, these un-KYC'd accounts that are liabilities out there. They are quote unquote creditors. So the question is, eventually, I think that right there could be what potentially brings it under U.S. Jurisdiction.
I mean, shit. Like, I got a German phone number, I think, for however long it took me to withdraw, and I was like, when did they start doing that with the phone numbers? Earlier this year, probably beginning of this year. Like, thankfully they did that because I never traded on FTX after. But yeah, I got a German phone number.
It was August of 21, man.
I remember texting around.
The crazy.
You could get one, and like, it was this website it was this phone number that anyone can have. It just sends the verification there. It's kind of hilarious.
The crazy thing is, back then, all you had to do was, like, it was kind of the little known secret. All you had to do was email their compliance and say, hey, I live in a restricted jurisdiction now. I need to withdraw all my funds, and they'd immediately allow you to withdraw all the funds.
Well, okay, fair, but what's the alternative? They hold them for the rest of forever? Like, every exchange does that. Binance does that.
Yeah. No, point being, it was like there was some stuff there that I think happened that could potentially bring it under U.S. jurisdiction more so than a lot of people are giving it potential credit for, right? If there are a bunch of U.S. citizens that are creditors that were allowed to trade on there, I think that could be something that potentially brings it back into the wraps of that. But, all this, again, goes back to the fraud of the fact that they printed out their own collateral and that, Sam, nobody is diving into this question of how did you justify that use of collateral without any type of degradation with, it just doesn't make any sense.
Hey, man, the question I had was has anyone had eyes on the losing trades of Alameda? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, have we seen how they held, regardless of how they took the funds, what trades were they losing, even though they had sight of every trade and what every trader was doing? How did they lose it?
I don't think that would be visible, right? If they were on chain, there's half a chance that you could find out. But if it's on a centralized exchange,
No, but isn't that just blowing people's minds?
Yeah,
They had the insight of the whole exchange to trade against everyone. And how do you lose? What trades are you putting on to lose?
There's actually a decent theory that I've seen with that, and it goes along with Alameda being the backstop. He said there was other market makers that were their backstop, but let's be real, they were the biggest market maker on that exchange, and they were the backstop since 2019. He explained that whole process to me in 2019. They were going to be the backstop. So usually that's profitable, but in the past year we've had events where coins go negative 99% in one day. If you're taking all that toxic liquidation flow and you're the backstop instead of just closing it like BitMEX used to do or other exchanges do, they're basically having to buy Luna all the way down or whatever other token crashed this year. They were on the other side of that. Usually it's profitable to buy people's liquidations. It probably wasn't this year. That probably played a role this year. I don't know about.
No, I think you're right, Luke. I think you might have covered that in your show with Avi, if I remember right. Or he brought up that idea, or you did. I don't remember who, but I think you could be right there because Sam said himself that all of Alameda's borrow moved off of external desks and they moved on to FTX in April. It would be interesting to see. I don't know if anyone has access or if it's even possible, but look at lend rates prior to April and look at lend rates after April on FTX.com. And if there's a meaningful uptick, it pretty much confirms what he said, which is Alameda moved all of their borrow interest on FTX and off of Genesis, BlockFi, Celsius, et cetera, et cetera.
And then I don't know if I missed this early on with SBF, but he's complete deniability. Does he actually say who he's attributing the problems to? Because it's all well and good saying, "Well, I had no idea and I was completely in the dark."
Alameda.
Is that
Alameda?
But who? But who is he? Is he actually? I mean, who?
I think he said it was the Adderall shortage. Is what I heard.
Bro, so another thing I want to bring up real quick too that nobody's really addressed too much either is this tweet. I want to hear SBF react to this tweet as well about if only people knew how balls long crypto Alameda has been. Is he including himself in that discussion? Is he including himself in that tweet? Because from everything that he's said, he's completely ignorant, and he always has been, to what Alameda's positions have been.
Dude, there's just absolutely no way. When he started, once again, going back to 2019, when he started the thing and he said Alameda was going to be the backstop liquidity provider, and then just in the last year or two, he started saying, no, there's a total separation, just our VC things are merged. That's insane. If it's in the liquidation engine for the exchange that Alameda is acting as a backstop, that means they have some preferential in the queue or some preferential in your system. You're somehow able to see what the fuck they're doing and how they're taking flow. Otherwise it wouldn't work. They can't be totally separate and then also they're the backstop. It's just insane that he keeps sticking to that line. I don't know. I don't know if he was running it every day, but he definitely knew what was happening. It's my take.
Yeah, there's zero doubt in my mind that he didn't know what was happening, right? Especially if you're going back to it. Okay, so you've got evidence with things like that tweet above that he has been an integral part of Alameda operations throughout the course of him managing FTX, right? It's not something that all of a sudden was this new revelation to anybody. that he knew what was going on there. As much as he was trying to distance himself from that public perception, everybody knew that, okay, like, you know, if you're a majority owner of this hedge fund, you're going to have an idea of what's happening with the inner workings of the hedge fund, right? Like, or the venture capital fund. I'm sorry. So whatever it is, point being, you're going to have an idea of what's going on. And if he's talking about how they transfer these liabilities over, you know, whatever, from these lending desks to FTX back in May or June or whatever the heck it was, then, you know, I just have a hard time believing that 0 people within the FTX organization, whenever that massive transfer of risk was made, came to him and said, hey, SBF, like, you wouldn't believe, you know, exactly what these assets are that they are, you know, they're bringing over right now, right? Like, there's no way that that decision is made without him being involved in the conversation, without him having an idea of what's actually happening in the background of Alameda and what's happening in the background of FTX.
Yeah, and you could even maybe, like, I could maybe give them the benefit of the doubt if it wasn't the company and just living setup that they had. Like, I'm not even talking about the relationship he had with Caroline or anything like that, but he lived with people that were running Alameda. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have lived with people you work with or whatever, like, especially those guys. I mean, they're running a $1 billion enterprise. And anyone in crypto, you talk about crypto all the time, you talk about what you're doing. It's just insane to think that they're not also talking about that stuff while they're at home or
It's
eating. I mean,
100% true. It's 100% true.
yeah, their offices are like a stone's throw away, and they all live in the same room. Like, what the fuck are these people talking about, right? They're not watching football on Sundays. Like, that's just not what these types of people do. They're talking about what they're doing. I mean, it's hilarious that he's sticking with this dude.
Maybe it's just this big love story. You know, Sam was in love. He forgot what was going on. He forgot to liquidate a bunch of people. All he could think about was Caroline. You know, it happens. And then Tabasco got mad because he didn't have his head in the game. And he said, you know what, Sam, I'm leaving. You're in love. Maybe that's what happened.
Maybe so, man. Maybe Kim.com hit it on the head there at the beginning. That was
Oh,
the one accurate question asked during that space. So, okay, here's a question for you guys. Playing a little bit of the devil's advocate for Caroline's side. So, say that Alameda did operate perfectly within the framework of the FTX system, right? Kind of like what Avi did with Mango Markets, where he operated purely within the framework of the code. You know, code is law, you could say, right? Even though they had an idea that, okay, realistically, we'll never be able to liquidate this collateral to match the liabilities that we have if push comes to shove, you know, they still operated within the framework of the system. Does that
It's a
make
good point.
Caroline, does that make
100%.
Caroline potentially innocent? You know, does that put her more in the Avi camp than it does in the Sam camp?
Yeah, 100%. And that's a great question, Calio. And this is probably a super contrarian take because I know people are just out for blood with everyone. Like, who knows what Caroline's role was with FTX? Like, if the lines are blurred of SBF with FTX and Alameda, who knows what the lines are blurred with, like, the employees at Alameda if they also were kind of working at FTX. But, like, let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she's just running Alameda. I think, as you said, and my take on the Avi thing, which I know also isn't that popular, is like, I don't think he's a scammer. I think he's operating within the bounds of the protocol. I think he found a good trade, highly profitable trading strategy, and it's up to the person running the exchange to, like, make sure that doesn't happen. And if Caroline just found a good trade, she's going to borrow it and they were going to let her. Yeah, it turned out bad for everyone else, but honestly, I think all that responsibility falls on Sam for allowing it to happen. Like, I don't know. If it was any other firm that did it, I don't know.
It's an interesting point you bring up because I never really thought about it that way, but it sort of makes a lot of sense. In full disclosure, I raised money from Alameda, so I maybe have a deeper look into how that relationship works. It turned very different. 2.5 years ago, it was very clearly all the same people. And I will give Sam the benefit of the doubt in this case, I suppose. It became separate. If you worked at Alameda, you worked at Alameda. I didn't get connected to somebody who did this job and that job. But there was a time where that happened. And then on top of that, think about, like, Sam was obviously the largest what's the right word for it? Owner of Alameda in terms of dollars, right? They're trading the firm's dollars. They were Sam's dollars. Do you think you let your ex-girlfriend trade your money and just never talk about it? What? Of course you talk about it. You guys live together. You're going to let your ex-girlfriend trade your money and not talk about positions, not even look at the positions on your own exchange? Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
Yeah, it goes back to the living situation. Like, as Calio, to your point, if it was a random firm that pulled this off, I would be like, Caroline's not at fault here. But as Alan was saying, it's just one of those things, man. If they all live together, they all work together. I don't even live with the guys that I work. I don't live with all you guys here, but like when we all meet up, you only talk about crypto, and in crypto, you kind of all focus on this shit. Like, there's just no way that they weren't all talking about this, and at least the higher ups probably aware of it, and that sucks for them. But I mean,
well, but again, at that point when it came, push came to shove, and they were looking at liquidating it. So I think a few things to look at here is, right, like look at the way that Caroline and then Sam Tabasco and all these other people, how arrogant they were in their style whenever they tweeted out. I really think there's part of me, that is convinced their hubris actually put them in a position where they believed, even though that they were down, that they could gamble it all back, right?
I have no
they were
doubt they thought
martingaling
that.
it all back.
I'm
And
sure
I
it's
think
not
they
the first
might have
time.
yeah, exactly. I think they were probably in multiple positions throughout the course of the past couple of years where they were put in this position, but they won, right? They won the gamble. They ended up getting tens of billions of dollars back ahead of where they were. So, I don't think that it was necessarily anything new. And if you're looking at it from Caroline's perspective, again, if it's within the framework of what the overall structure for that exchange allows, regardless of whether or not she's aware of what the implications are for everybody else if that trade does not win, I don't even think that at that point you think about losing because you just win. That's what you do. And, there's probably part of it where I'm sitting there, and the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, is she innocent? That is a subjective question. I think,
Yeah.
it is a lot closer to the innocence of somebody like Avi than it is to, somebody like Sam, though. The more that I'm talking
Yep.
through this, the more that it kind of makes sense because she was not in charge of the risk management of that. If you're operating within the framework, you're operating within the framework.
That's only true, though, if you believe that there was a complete firewall between the two
Right.
firms.
Right.
If there was not a complete firewall, which I don't think many people believe, then I don't really think that argument holds water.
Plus,
the admission. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to cut you off, Alan. Keep going.
I would say the one admission that Sam made, at least in the previous space, that I thought was interesting or new, was giving some possibility to the idea that when funds were wired to Alameda and then credited on the FTX, they weren't uncredited or debited, I suppose is the right word, from Alameda. If that is true, then it's very possible that, to me, then at that point, then Caroline is no longer innocent. Because if you have money coming into your account and you know what it's for and you use it for another purpose while letting everyone else keep thinking that, yeah, I left my account, that's where the problem starts in my eyes.
Okay, that's completely fair, right? To the extent of what was the money that was wired to them actually used for does determine, I think, the real level, because I think any other type of borrows from the exchange itself, that's within the framework. But if they were wired money and if they were actually utilizing that money as collateral elsewhere or even within the platform and it wasn't theirs, then yeah, that is a fuck up that they knew about, that's wire fraud.
Right. It's like a ton of different ridiculous coincidences have to line up for her to be innocent. If she was running a different fund that wasn't living with Sam, and also Sam Tabasco wasn't literally best friends with SPF. Like, I'm pretty sure they grew up together and were in grade school math classes and shit together. When I saw them in Miami, they were tied at the hip. So if those things weren't all true, then yeah, maybe she is an Avi. But it's just so tough to believe, especially, Sam kind of admitted there's a possibility that they were trading Chuck E. Cheese tokens and like double debiting SB. Like it's just insane, dude.
I think the most likely scenario is the one that Luke brought up, where Alameda was caught being the liquidity of last resort, specifically for Luna. Was Tabasco still the CEO at that point?
I don't think. Actually, he might have left like right after, because he left pretty recently. It was like July or June, maybe. Maybe August.
It would be worth
July.
It'd be worth looking at that, because if he was around then that means that he knew how bad the hole was, right? Because it was sort of created under his watch. And it would make sense if he bails. Sam's like, look, who do I put in charge of this? It can't be anyone from outside the inner circle, because no one's going to want to inherit a giant hole like that in their fund, right? They're going to be compensated based on performance, and I'm coming into a massive hole. He's looking for someone from the inner circle, and the last person that he has left is his ex-girlfriend to trade his money back.
Yeah, I mean, even if it happened before the Luna thing, like Sam Tabasco, my understanding, maybe I have the timeline wrong, but I think they definitely went to high school or something together. Like they've known each other almost their whole life. Like
what I had read was that they were roommates. It's possible that it was before that too. I'm not sure.
Like they were super close. So it all goes back to the thing. It's like, all right, even if Sam wasn't that active with Alameda, it is insane to assume that them living together, like kind of sleeping together, meaning that literally everything together, not speaking about it. It's just, I think that they probably knew what the hell was going on, which sucks for everyone, because that means they were all complicit.
I don't think that it was fraud from the beginning. If it started from either Luna or from like this Alameda mistake, oops, we got money wired to Alameda, that makes sense. It's hard to get bank accounts in crypto. I can speak to that personally. And, they were probably just doing their best to be able to support wires. And so they said, we'll just wire Alameda. We'll transfer the balance. People forgot about it. They focused on other things, and it became the problem. I'm not one of those conspiracy theorists where it's like Sam is deep state. He's been a fraud since the beginning.
I agree.
Like,
right. Yeah,
I agree with you on that, man, because I think that it is a little bit more ambiguous or not ambiguous, but like a lot of people, I think whenever this type of situation happens, they look for like the absolute most ridiculous theories that are out there, and they run with them, and those theories get a lot of traction because they're easy to talk about, right? And the most extreme takes are always the most viral takes. So whenever they get attention, that attention continues to compound upon itself until eventually, it turns into this ridiculous narrative that shifts away from the realm of things that are actually possible and the actual truth and things that they actually should be drilled for. Right. I think that anybody asking him like these deep state questions, like he would love those type of questions from people, because they're easy to answer. Right. They sound ridiculous, and he can sound coherent whenever he does answer them, at least a lot more coherent than the people asking them the questions. So I think that like whenever people start to dive a little bit too deep down that rabbit hole with that side, now, nothing against, like, I definitely think that he lobbied very strongly, in politics for one side more than the other. And you can like argue what the intentions of that lobbying really were or were not. But I don't think that he's a deep state plant that was trying to, shift the narrative of, and like basically try to take down crypto from the inside.
Money's involved. When money's involved, everybody becomes incredibly emotional. And that's fine, right? Like, I get it. A lot of people lost a lot of money, their life savings on FTX, and like that's a serious thing. So when you actually have an event like that, it's traumatic, and you just look for anything to grasp onto. The easiest thing to grasp onto is like, he's evil. He's an evil genius. It was a fraud from the beginning. I would bet money on the actual truth is a hell of a lot more boring than anybody would want to sit here and listen to. And it's just a mistake that got worse and worse and worse. And there's probably fraud in there. It's not hard to attach wire fraud to just about anything. And so, yeah, it got worse, and it snowballed into something terrible.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the deep state stuff is definitely fun to like talk about, but yeah, I think it's very low. I mean, it's kind of disgusting. took money that wasn't his and donated it, but it's like that's just such a small minor thing that people focus on. It's like the much more important thing is what the hell actually happened, how the mistake happened, and how he probably knew about it and went on with it. I don't know. I think there is at least a slight possibility that since the very beginning they were doing something pretty wild with taking your wired money to Alameda, and maybe some of it got sent to FTX, and maybe some they were allowed to double trade. Like, who knows? But I think regardless, it's like the way that Sam's just trying to weasel out of it. I just wish that space earlier could have gone. It could have gone so much better, man.
Dude, it started
they were
off
asking
so
the
rough
most
from the beginning.
God, they were asking the
Like,
most ridiculous, and then they kept trying to pin him on. They're like, okay, did you say this during the interview? Correct or not correct? I was like, what are you doing, dude? He's like such a brilliant guy. Like, even if he's a scammer, even if he's a fraud and he did all these things, it's like he's so smart, and he is just like running circles around all those people, man. It was just sad.
yeah, bro, that's the thing. They'd be like so try hard. That one guy would be so try hard about the questions, but they were all the wrong questions.
I know, it was just awful. And then he did after the space too. They were arguing about it, and he's like, "Look, I wish I would have asked him more of those." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, brother!"
Well, you know, I forget exactly what they said at one point. It was some simple, fundamental, you know, explanation that Sam gave about the way the derivatives contracts works, you know, with these like futures positions. And then Chet was basically like, okay, so, you know, like, tell me a bit more on that. How do you know that's how that works?
You know,
And
the most telling thing is when he reads off for about 3 minutes. He's going through these on-chain analytics, and he goes, "It looks like, according to my research," he goes, "the largest deposits were taking place Alameda onto FTX," and I go, "Yeah, dude, that's how a fucking market maker works, man. How do you think you're able to trade there?"
can you
Like
will you admit to this? Are you admitting that you knew there was a problem prior because of the fact that they were transferring Tether in and out of your exchange?
I'm like, my guy. I mean, he's the type of guy that like Wikipedia'd this stuff about 10 minutes before the call. It was just sad, but
I
I
felt
don't
like it was
know.
his moment that he felt like he was on a TV show and he'd always wanted to do this, and he just got it so badly wrong.
I pictured him sitting at his desk, like smoking a cig in the full outfit, like good cop, bad cop type thing.
100% taking it so seriously and yet managing to get it so wrong.
But here's the way how that space was managed, right? You know, so basically what they did is they brought up all the big name follower accounts, like WSB chairman's on here, and he actually has asked like a few good questions before, but he told me they muted him every time they tried to have him speak. And, you know, they literally, the only reason then that they would have had him up there is because he's got 1 million followers, basically. So, you know, to bring those followers, to bring more exposure to the space, I tried to request for that, you know, like the entire second half of the thing. And he was DMing Mario, some of the other people to bring me up there. They wouldn't bring me up, right? Instead, they brought a bunch of these scammers and people that were completely ignorant. And then when they finally had somebody that would actually ask, you know, tough questions, things that were a little bit more relevant with CoffeeZilla, but even CoffeeZilla, like the dude's good, like love his work, but I still doubt that he's really super well versed in futures exchanges, right?
He still
like
misses some key things.
Yeah, like immediately Sam stepped down at that point.
Yeah, he got 2 good questions, and his 5 minutes, I learned more than the entire hour before that. It's just like Kim.com. Like, what is he doing here in crypto, man? I don't know. It was
Bro, that's the
entertaining.
thing. You've got people like Kim.com and this Chet guy, and then Mario, who literally, you know, if you looked it up, it was funny. Before Mario really started doing this, we were looking back, I think back in October, Ice Bags was kind of making fun of him a little bit. And like, I remember looking at like, who is this random ass account with 100,000 followers that nobody I know follows, but super follows me? Like, what are they, you know, who is it? And you look up on there and it's like, okay, it's obvious this guy bought their followers. And then when you actually go back and look a little bit more at their track record for some of the businesses they run and their social engineering campaigns that, you know, are basically openly marketing their ability to pump and dump, you know, Discords, projects, tokens, this and that. And, you know, these are the type of people that Sam is choosing to interview him, the people that are completely ignorant to what is going to be asked that he is going to sound, he's going to be able to paint his own narrative.
Dude, having like being up there as a speaker was probably like the most frustrating. Like they let the dude who like literally was the most incompetent person speak for like 90% of the time, and then I was like DMing with the Mario dude to bring you up, and then literally doesn't respond, mutes me whenever I like unmute my mic instantly, and he told us we'd all get a chance to ask 2 questions at the end of the space after they finished, their line of questioning or whatever. And then literally all of a sudden he's like, "Oh yeah, the space is ending in 5 minutes," and then just he leaves. It's such a fucking whatever. I'm surprised he let me back up because I did that Hunter Biden thing where I asked Hunter Biden about his FTX donations.
Bro, he wants your followers.
Dude, I was literally shook. I was just like, "Yeah, put me as speaker," and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah, it's just strange all around. The chat thing was, I mean, that was by far the worst. But yeah, Callie, as you were saying, I looked at that Mario thread. It's someone did like a Zach XBT thread. He built his business basically selling. He would get you fake Twitter followers, get your project fake Twitter followers, and then he was also selling Twitter verification before you could buy it for $8. He was charging 20 grand for for ICOs and IDOs. He would get your coin verified. I mean, just insane, dude.
Dude, actually, I'm looking at it right now. I've got DMs from him dating back to April 9th of 2021 that I've never checked. I need to read through these. I'm counting 1,
Read
2,
them out loud.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Was he selling
9,
you a
10,
check mark?
11, 12 messages dating all the way back to September 1st, from April of 2021 to September of 2022 with him reaching out to me. I think that's probably why he ended up super following me to try to get my attention. But I don't know, man.
He's a simp.
That's it. But yeah, man, so much of it just goes back to people are not asking the right questions here, right? Like regarding the collateral, I have not heard one person really dive into, the use of serum, for instance, in the way that it was utilized, right? Again, where you're talking about saying that there was $5.4 billion worth of collateral for serum the week before the crash, where the entire market cap, the circulating market cap of serum was $800 million by itself. There were only 1 billion unlocked tokens. And,
So
you're basically saying that over 6.5 billion tokens were used as collateral based on those prices. Like,
I think
that blows my mind. That's criminal.
Remember though the audience. So I think what you're reading from is that basically screenshot of a spreadsheet. Am I right?
Yeah. So that's one of the things that I'm looking at.
So just remember the audience of that though. Like my guess is Sam finds the hole finally makes itself unavoidable, and he's going out to pitch. He's pitching Binance. He's pitching Kraken. He's pitching everyone that will answer the phone. My guess is like he's putting that together, hoping that some of the TradFi people that he calls just look at it as like, oh, okay, I've never heard of this before, but you said it's worth $3 billion, so okay, I'll take a discount on it of 25, 30%, but it's probably worth something. So just remember the audience of where that was probably going. I doubt they were considering it realistically as $3 billion or $4 billion, but when they're pitching, hey, we need $4 to $8 billion of liquidity now, and we have some of this semi-liquid stuff. Trust me, it'll be liquid later type thing.
Yeah, totally. But I think what Callie was saying was like the way that he was using those tokens and like saying that there's 6 billion of liquidity or whatever the fuck he wants to say, mark to market or whatever for these tokens which have no depth.
True.
They were
on Twitter.
Yeah, they were pledging these and then borrowing like Bitcoin, ETH, and dollars. It looks like from FTX. Like he used all basically these tokens which would have sold off to zero if anyone tried to move size. And then it's basically the Avi attack, but going back to the beginning, it's just like the Avi attack, but he had so much more leverage because he had It's like if Avi could print $10 billion worth of his own token, imagine the damage he could do in DeFi. Like Sam was basically able to do that in a way.
Yeah, exactly. It was basically the Avi type method with his own tokens that he propped up, kept them propped up, and just had no. Again, I'm going to do after this, and I've been meaning to bro. I've got so many half-written threads right now on all this shit from the past couple of weeks. Like, so many half-written threads about all of this that I've just never put out there. It's a lot easier to talk about it than it is to sit there and fine tune the details, make it look good in the text form, tweet it out, especially when you're starting to look at like 20 plus tweets on the thread. But anyway, like, I want to look at what other exchanges are out there, how they're treating their use of collateral that's used to open up futures exchanges like this. Because again, when you're talking about, overall proof of reserves, again, I think the bigger question here is the liabilities, because that's what did FTX in with the collateral and the way that everything went down here. Their collateral were their liabilities, and that's what did everything in at the end. The same thing with the Mango Markets thing, right? The Mango was the collateral, which was the liability, ended up producing a lot of bad debt. So it's the same thing across a lot of these exchanges. I'm just curious, what do the liabilities actually look like for these exchanges, right? Who has what positions open against what type of collateral, outside of USD? That, like, I think that's a really simple thing that they could put out there. You don't have to put debts to whoever, like, just put your liabilities on chain, like not on chain, but the what's being used as collateral on the exchange.
Yeah, it was publicly available on FTX, and no one cared until it blew up. But maybe people care now, and they go look.
But Alan, was it fully public? They had they had what the lend was, right? So
no, yeah, but if you could, no, I mean, like, don't hold me to it as a year ago. I haven't looked in a long time, but if you held the balance or you went to take a trade on it, you could see, like you said, what multiplier you were getting. Anyone could have.
Well, yeah, you can see what multiplier you're getting, but that doesn't show you what the liabilities of the collateral that was being used against you was, right?
Plus, that's also assuming that Sam wasn't doing what he kind of admitted as a possibility, which was shocking in the space. If this wasn't a possibility, he would have said no, that wasn't happening. Maybe in the space, he was like, when people said they wired money to Alameda, did you ever credit that to FTX, or was it possible they were trading synthetic tokens as well? Like, let's say they were showing all the liabilities. If he was double counting things, like, still, you have to trust him at a certain point. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, man, it's still just funny, again, going back through all of this, the way it's progressed. And I've got some regret, again, with, guys like Mario that right now are getting this attention and that are giving people like SBF the ability to get up there on stage with somebody ignorant. Like, a lot of that responsibility, like, I'll take that personally, because I won't lie, at the end of the day, one of the reasons why his space is so prominent, why people are listening to it, is because he's put in the work. He's spent the time, whether, you claim it being fully honest, fully this or that, like, he's spent the time, he's put in the work. And what that's done is it's built this platform where, legitimate people come on and they're allowed, like Sam, he's allowed to come on there. He knows that he's going to get a large audience from it, and that they're going to be softball questions that he's going to be able to hit out of the park. And, like, again, I'll take some of that responsibility, because after everything happened, with FTX, I think myself, as well as a lot of the other people that were affected, I think we were in such shock that we were caught off guard and so deeply hurt by it, because, I lost a shit ton when all of this went down, right? Like, I lost a shit ton and it hurt. And you're sitting there processing, one, an exchange that you've trusted with your own assets, two, people that that you're close with, that you've supported it, right? That I put my name out there and said, hey, I'm going to partner with you guys because I trust y'all. And then when they come back and they stab you in the back like that, it hurts. So I think it opened the door for people that were not affected by that as much to be able to come on, put in the work, and, gain that audience.
Do you have much faith in? So Sam has said that he's going to do an interview with Frank from block. Do you have more or less faith in those types of questions?
More if it's Frank, and like I think he also said he's going to do up only. I think Kobe and them will do well. I also think at a certain point, like he's probably going to fare kind of decent in a lot of these interviews. Like even the Sorkin one, like they went at him pretty hard, and yeah, he looked bad, but I actually think he like fared kind of well. Like at a certain point, it's just we're never really going to know the full story. He's always going to hide a little bit. I think it's very likely, like 98% chance he committed fraud, but maybe 99.9. But at a certain point, it's like how many people like we're kind of just giving him a chance to make himself look better. I think that the only really good takeaway from this is it looks like that Mario guy just tweeted out and asked how the space went, and he's getting people's feedback, and it's 100% of people are commenting and saying that it was a shit show. So I guess that's one good takeaway is people saw how bad it was.
I'm sure someone is probably out there already doing this for the documentary, but actually there's so many people that have been affected by this badly. And I'm talking about, the regular Joe that trusted that exchange, that put their life savings, and their life savings might only be $5,000, $10,000. But I think, I know it was kind of said that on the stage, but actually to speak to those real people and find out how those people have been affected and maybe play those recordings or put them in front of Sam, that's the real hurt here. That's the real thing that it's easy to forget that so many people are in a really fucking bad way from this, and kind of with Sam's vulnerability that he plays and this card that he plays, it's kind of easy to forget that. But there are hundreds of thousands of people that are in a genuinely really, really horrendous way.
They did it with
100%, man.
Celsius. Remember I can't remember which article, but there was a mainstream media article that went and interviewed teachers, etc. that lost all their money in Celsius.
No, definitely, man. So, hey, quickly, Brad, I'll give you the opportunity to speak. You got your hand up. I know you're a bit more of a BTC maximalist, but definitely interested to hear what you have to say as well. What's going on, sir? Welcome up.
Yeah, man. Just it's kind of three things. One, you may have already talked about this already, but I was just really curious if you guys think he was actually playing League in the background.
I think
he was clicking so much.
That was hilarious.
Bro, he had to have been. Like, has anybody checked and seen whether any games have posted?
Yeah, he's definitely changed accounts.
Like that. What else could he have been doing? Maybe just clicking Minesweep or something. Just he did
It's
seem
got to
to
be the
get
only
bored.
way that he's able to actually focus as he speaks.
I mean, it was the biggest red flag all along. We should have seen it. I mean, Sam, who everyone thought was a genius, is bronze at League. Like, why did we put all of our money on a bronze players exchange?
Second, was curious if what you guys think about the congressional hearing that happened this morning that kind of made it seem like they're trying to push his bill through. I don't know if you guys listened to that or not.
I didn't see it live, but the synopsis wasn't it the CFTC guy said he thought that whatever the bill was would have prevented this? Was that the gist of it?
I mean, everybody that I heard talk, it seemed like they were all kind of talking about how this should be passed and they have confidence that it should be passed. And yeah, it didn't. Don't crypto people not like this bill because it tries to regulate the DeFi front ends?
Yeah, what I'll say, I didn't see anything actually on that this morning. I had a terrible stomach bug last night, woke up way later than I meant to, and then spent the time catching up on some of the SPF interviews that I missed, New York Times, that type of stuff. So I missed the actual stuff with the CFTC, with the bill progress updates. But, the one thing that I will say, it is incredibly interesting how it doesn't even feel like they're changing anything with the bill itself. And, with SPF being the most prominent lobbyer for it, it makes you scratch your head because you're right, Brad. There are a lot of people that, it does potentially limit a lot of the DeFi front end side of things where, basically operating anything DeFi in the US, you're kind of fucked. Like it's almost impossible to comply with. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, this is bad for both DeFi people and Bitcoiners.
Exactly.
Really. Like this bill is only good for the people that are making money off the exchanges, it seems.
It's one of those things where, when you make basically everything illegal, right? When you make it impossible to comply with, you really open up the door to be able to focus on whatever you want at that point, right? You can look at the, why am I blanking on his name? The Tornado Cash guy and how he was sent to jail. Well, they can kind of just pick their poison with who they want to be able to take down at that point. And, it's sad that it's progressed in its current nature, and that everything that's happened with SBF has been a real catalyst actually toward progressing it, rather than making people stop and ask the question that, okay, this guy that was a huge proponent of the bill actually didn't have his own shit together. So a lot of the different things that he proposed, should we really trust? Is it trustworthy? Is it not? I don't know. Like, it's one of those things that it's sad to see.
Like if FTX is not gonna really exist anymore, and it's if it's done, and this bill still gets passed, it just seems, I don't know. It just seems it's hard to like not become a conspiracy theorist when you're looking at all the coverage and this bill still getting praise. And all the softball, like, oh, he's a good guy, let's give him another chance by all these wealthy investors. It does very much seem like a crock of shit that's happening right now.
No, it definitely does. And one thing that I've seen several regulators talk about that I actually do disagree with is, like, one of the articles that I've seen put out recently was about the fact that because FTX created their own token, that was their own downfall. I kind of disagree with that, from the perspective that I think that it goes back to what I brought up at the very beginning of this space, where I think that there are reasonable levels of allowing shitcoins as collateral within the limitations of liquidity for that asset, right? Being able to have some type of de-risking factor that, as the overall size of the position that people are using for collateral, the aggregate collateral across the exchange continues to increase, the overall effective weight of said collateral should continue to decrease, right? Where they kept a flat line collateral of 0.95 for FTT, for instance, and 0.9 for Serum across the board without any limiting factors, like they have as far as opening futures positions, because they recognize by having the IMF factor that when you open a new futures position, that, okay, there's risk to this because these shit coins are only so liquid. So we don't want the liabilities of this being so massive that whenever somebody does go under for this, that somebody else is going to have to buy the other side of this liquidation. And it'll be at a ridiculous point to where they'll never be able to unload it themselves, and you're going to end up with some type of bad debt. So they recognize the risk on the futures side of it, but they never recognize the risk on the collateral side of it.
Sorry to jump in. I think we're missing the point here. We think this is, this failed because of leverage and collateral. It's simple. This didn't fail because of that. This failed because Alameda had God mode access to FTX client funds. They placed outsized bets, got fucked on that side of it, and then had to plug a hole. So they just stole.
God mode access to the funds, though, Umbrella. Like, that's just this general term that people are throwing out there, without describing the mechanics of how they had God mode access, because they had unlimited worthless collateral.
But it wasn't just the collateral. They were able just to take user client funds, swap them to whatever currency they wanted.
Seen anything that is actually proved that they were just taking the user funds and that they were using that as their direct collateral? We haven't seen anything outside of the fact. I think the evidence, when you're looking at the actual facts, mostly supports the fact that they were doing something by taking the user funds. Their back door was using these shit coins as a collateral at a weight that was completely unreasonable. They were never going to be able to liquidate for a fraction of what their liability was.
Well, it seems like it's both that and not quite God mode, but what he admitted to when Crypto Man Ran asked him, did Alameda get people's money in the bank account and then just go and use that to invest in other projects in DeFi and buy, do trading themselves while crediting customers with money. And he said, yeah, basically, yeah, that might have been something that happened. You may be right there. So he's like basically admitting that it wasn't quite God mode, but it was just like fraudulent accounting mixed with using vaporware tokens as collateral at like even like Wall Street, not even Wall Street, but the traditional financial markets. They've figured this out. They use the HQLA model, high quality liquid assets, and they're like collateralized lending markets. You do like cash and cash like equivalents or like a one to one weight, and then things that are even like less, there's still investment grade bonds and stuff like that. That's like level 2A, which is like a 15% discount. So then you go down to like level 2B, which is 50% discount, and to a maximum of like 15% of the total portfolio like collateral that can be used for the market for lending and borrowing. So like Wall Street uses sane risk management, and even their freaking repo markets blew up in March 2020, and they had to get the Federal Reserve to step in. So what you just described, Kaleo, is insane. That they're using FTT at a 0.9, did you say, or 0.95 or
0.95? And the way that FTT worked as far as the liquidation engine, it was the last thing that any user would ever have liquidated, which I don't think was really necessarily relevant to the positions for Alameda, because if you look at like what the overall collateralization potentially was on the exchange of, between FTT and Serum above, they had $10 billion plus of collateral on there. Whenever Sam says at a certain point they were at a 0.2% risk ratio, or 0.2% leverage, the way that I look at that was, okay, that might have been sometime in the spring whenever these asset prices were way higher, and say that they were worth $60 billion instead of $10 billion. So, $60 billion at 2% is $12 billion of a margin position that they have open, right? So if everything was marked to market, or say that everything was applied at a blanket 0.9, so 60 times 0.9, 54 billion right there, 54 billion times 0.2%, so somewhere around $10 billion. And where does that hole, what's the size of the hole? About $10 billion. Like, and
do
again,
you think the other exchanges are doing anything like this risky? The other futures that have futures in spot, like Binance and the Dogecoin and stuff like that?
Bro, the more I've been ranting, the more I've been trying to Google in the background and see what other exchanges actually have for their their collateral practices. I keep meaning to do this, and I've been so distracted with all the other headlines the past few weeks. I keep getting off track on this some. But it is something that I want to dig into a little bit more, because as far as trusting a lot of these exchanges, again, your number one liability is your collateral that people are using, potentially, depending on the way that your futures setup is. But for a margin exchange, like FTX, like that was the issue here. I think the primary issue was, their collateral was their liability, and their collateral was worthless. So, like a lot of these exchanges that are just showing proof of reserves, again, it doesn't paint the full picture, because you need to see what are the liabilities that people are lending against, or, borrowing against on there, that they're opening up positions with. And, when push comes to shove, like say, for instance, Binance, if they just have, hundreds of billion, which they don't, you can look and see what the overall size of the contracts are, but say that they've got a massively outweighted position, relative to, using BNB as their collateral, and BNB all of a sudden drops to zero, boom, that's a lot of bad debt that's sitting out there now. So, it all goes back to, I think, what is the overall liquidity for a bunch of these tokens, and how are they actually being weighted on a larger scale, as far as the risk profile of a lot of these futures exchanges for what they may or may not be doing.
Yeah, it seems hard to believe that Binance would be doing as risky of a situation as FTX, because Binance historically hasn't done anything I mean, not like they were obviously doing some risky stuff with BNB token and listing all kinds of crap and doing high margin and all kinds of stuff like that, but they don't have a history of like going in and rugging DeFi projects and like putting perp markets up so that the VCs can short them and exit their stack early, or like what Alameda did in DeFi summer when they put their FTT collateral up on Cream as and borrowed all the like tier one like uni and all that stuff and cratered DeFi and shorted it all, made money like cratering the whole market. They just seemed like from the beginning bad actors, and it doesn't surprise me that they did this because they were openly like, you know, pretty sure everybody knows that like sushi was like an attack on Ethereum DeFi so that they could gain ground because Solana wasn't yet launched and their DEX wasn't ready. So they're like, how do we stop Uniswap from getting so much so much of a lead against our DEX? Well, let's just crash everything and vampire attack it so that we can have a few months to catch up. You don't see Binance really doing that. Like CZ doesn't really seem to be doing that sort of shady stuff. So it would surprise me that they would be as crazy in terms of like just printing fake money and all that shit. I mean, they print fake money with BNB, but like, I mean, literally, it seems like what Alameda ended up doing was just actually double accounting for $1, like giving fake money to customers.
Yeah, and you know that's the thing. I don't want to like spin up this massive FUD narrative without actually going into the, you know, the details of looking at a bunch of these exchanges and, you know, what they have set up versus the, you know, the way FTX was structured. Like I don't think that's fair yet, but you know, it is something that if you're sitting there on your own, you can go ahead and start doing that yourself, right? You know, like you don't have to wait for somebody to come and spoon feed you the information. I've kind of given you kind of what you need to look for. And again, like I'll have something where I'll put it out myself after I dig into a bunch of these exchanges. I'll compare them to FTX and, you know, their overall structure and what that might look like. But you know, I think that all of this just boils down to the fact I have not heard Sam really answer that question too much, because like that is where I think a lot of this criminal activity stems from. One is the potential that, hey, they didn't actually, you know, Alameda was using funds that, you know, were wired to them and they were never actually moved onto the FTX platform. That's one potential big fuck up. The other is, you know, the collateralization side, knowingly allowing these positions to grow way larger than what they should have, because there's zero way in my mind that I can sit there and process the fact that he was completely clueless to this the entire time. So I don't know, man. It's sad again to see a lot of the different people that have gotten some of the attention ask some of these questions, but they're the question, you know, when they're not the questions that necessarily need to be asked, when really not necessarily even that they're the questions that don't need to be asked. SBF is just so good at kind of dancing around some of these questions that even if they are the right question to ask, if he dances around it in the right way, and the people that are listening don't really have a fundamental understanding of what they're asking, it makes it a lot easier for him to not directly address the issue. So he has to have people that actually understand what the fuck's going on that are talking to him. And again, he's done an amazing job of avoiding that.
Why do you think that nobody from Alameda is talking right now? If they're like SBF's just out there talking, like
because they're smart.
It does seem like he's trying to sort of like push the blame off to Alameda in this space today. He keeps saying like, it's my fault, I'm sorry, I wish I was better at finding these risks, but then he does seem to just keep hinting or acknowledging or whatever, affirming that, yeah, it was Alameda's fault and I didn't have anything to do with any Alameda. That's what that seems to be what he's trying to set up. Like, don't put me in jail, I'm sorry, it's Alameda's fault.
Yeah, you know, he really,
but it's my fault, but Alameda did it.
he's done an amazing job of also, you're not amazing job. What's been interesting is watching how slowly his answers have gone from just I fucked up, everything is all on me, to slowly in these interviews he's starting to say, well, the lawyers were aware. We had a bunch of boards that were aware. There were other people that were involved. He's slowly starting to diffuse that blame. He's doing it in a way that's not incredibly aggressive and it's not very pointed yet, but I think he's slowly working his way there.
Okay, Board Jesse says that he actually played 2 games during the Twitter space and posted a link to his stats. That's so funny.
That's hilarious. I was actually about to address him on it, but I thought I shouldn't. I was literally about to say,
You
you
should
literally
have,
playing
man.
League. I was so close because I just heard that tapping. I was like, this Oak's playing League of Legends. I was like, there's no way. And I messaged Mario in the group and I said, Mario, this Oak's playing League of Legends. While on the Twitter space. I was like 100% he's playing.
I wish you would have, man, but y'all, I'm sorry that I'm going to go ahead and have to cut this off. If you guys tuned in a little bit late and missed the beginning of this space, tune back into my rant. I think the best portion of this was probably the first 10 to 15 minutes. Still great after. Appreciate everybody that came up. I was a little bit enraged at what happened, and I have no idea what came out of my mouth, but I'm going to call it gospel. So it's worth listening to. Appreciate everybody that came up. I am going to go ahead. I do these type of spaces multiple times every week. So, come back, join again. Appreciate having y'all. It's been fun.
All right. It's been fun. That's what he said. That was his final words. Hopefully that gave you a little bit more of a perspective into what happened with FTX. Give you a little bit more insight into Serum as well, because we learned yesterday there's like 3 to 4 different coins that FTX artificially created. And then when people try to withdraw them to the real blockchains, they couldn't withdraw because they were artificial. So be careful. If an exchange is making artificial tokens and selling you these artificial tokens, they could get wrecked. I'm hoping Robinhood comes out and tells us a little bit more about their plans with crypto. Are they going to release more tokens? What are they going to do? I'm still in my ETHW long. I put the screenshot in Discord yesterday versus today. Yesterday, the position value was worth $4,300. Today, it's $1,739 for the same position. It still has not come back to the entry price, though. I'll pop it up on YouTube for you guys to view it. So, looking at yesterday, November 1st, versus today. I mean, it's still up over 300%. And I may even dollar cost average, actually, if I'm able to add more to the position later, if it dips down to my entry or a little bit lower. Yeah, ETHW can rip up fast sometimes. That's the problem. It moves fast. We're heading into the weekend as well. In my opinion, this is the day number 22 of the bull market for crypto. I'll come back a little bit later. I definitely want to see what happens prices after market close. So be here after 4 o'clock or watch your charts after 4, see what happens after market close for crypto this weekend.
Man, I'm seriously think that Sam is like a peon on a, and he knows his position, and he have to be under fire. It feels to me like he makes some type of deal in which yes, he's gonna be point finger at him, but if he come out of all of this thing and he just go for like a little tiny bit of jail, that was the deal that he cut with whoever was above to shake crypto this much. So we need now the government for regulations. Uh, Something in his eyes, man. Is I think, yeah. Everything is going according to plan. It seems like it, and he will have to take the heat. He cannot throw anybody under the bus. Everybody took their cut. How much money do you actually need to live a very lavish and luxurious life? Really, how much, you know? And Sam would eventually will still be some type of above average people person, economically speaking, yada yada yada. I think he just have to take this fall to create all this turmoil. And if any of you can, like, when you're watching him, just cover everything besides his eyes. His ridiculous looking hair and the dumb expression he make, I think even on purpose. Like George Clooney, I believe it was Ocean 11 or something like that, in which you have to specifically make a dumb face. So the person who is interrogating him just think, oh, this is just a stupid person.
Mic check, mic check.
You're good.
You guys are so quiet in here. I thought I was disconnected or something. Is anyone in position right now?
What were you asking?
Just asking if you guys are in position.
Small position on Doge long.
That's good. That's good. The long. That's great. I'm also on a long on Doge since yesterday.
I just, bro, last name of Sam is Bankman. Bankman. Bank. And it's also fried.
Yep.
A bank man is fried.
Yeah, we're serving olives over here since you just got here.
My check.
You're good.
Thank you, sir. I was just gonna share that people were laughing in the interview with the New York Times. He was able to get laugh out of people with the situation when Sam was asked, "What do you lawyers think?" Anybody want to bet with me that Sam won't go to jail? I can bet, I don't know, $20. Sam will not go to jail. Okay. every time Sam breaks the sad character that he have to play and starts smiling, I notice how he looked to the side like somebody's telling him, "You look too happy." Like, remember, go back into character.
Rocket, rocket, rocket.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you, Sam might know sign language because he's looking so much to the side. This is He must know sign language and somebody saying things behind the camera. By the way, yes, I am distilling this his interview little by little.
Rocket, rocket, rocket. Rocket, rocket, rocket. Whee! Anybody in position right now?
Doge and Jasmine.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I don't know what Doge is doing here. A wick down and a wick up.
Let's go. Let's go where? Up or down, guys? I'm sorry, I can't see any charts right now.
Right now, Bitcoin's getting some buy. It's trying to break a few local resistances. So right now, slowly looks like it's been going up. But we don't know the future.
Nice, thank you. How you doing, Drew?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing? I've been crazy busy with company and stuff, but I've been good.
Yeah, that's great. Me too. Same here. I'm just busting my ass every day, a lot, and trying to do this as well. You know.
Yeah. What else can you do? Got to work hard while we can. I got to get back to the office. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yo, wake
What's up?
up.
Hello.
What up?
True.
But it's so quiet, yo. The coin is pumping. I thought it'd be a little more exciting in here.
Just wishing Matic would pop through this spot right here.
Looks like it wants to.
I know it, but man, it's having a hard time.
Yo. Let's see. What you doing, Dixie? What's going on, YouTube? ML said, can I FOMO Matic now? Bitcoin's in a bit of a flat top expanding right now. We're up against the flat top, so this next hourly candle should tell us a lot. But I haven't drawn the pattern out yet. Let me alright, so that's the flat top. So we've been coming down in this bullish descending parallel, but right about here, we started reaching resistance at this flat top. Came up and hit it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, popped over, got smacked 5 times. So we're on the 6th touch now. Matic made a higher high. Oh, that's good. Locally, anyways. Matic's
Yeah,
got a lot
not
more
real
above
strong
it.
though.
Yeah, it's got a lot more above it as far as short liquidations, though.
Yeah,
Than
but it
Bitcoin
just
does.
doesn't
So it's
have a
still
lot
short.
to
Gas.
show me.
Yeah. I need somebody to buy it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's close enough. I think the exchanges will go get it on their own here in a second. Unless Bitcoin gets rejected again here.
Looks like it might.
I mean, we did come all the way back down to where Powell's speech started. So these are the liquidity grabs I was talking about. Never Powell speaks, whether it's good or bad. There's always a last minute liquidity grab, and then price usually settles back down to where the speech started at.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, they needed to be real about these things. Higher for longer. That's all I know. And they are failing to recognize that the Congress is going to be spending. Lame duck session. I don't know.
Yo, I wish that anonymous time traveler sent us all to the future.
As long as I could come back and make a couple trades.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Just one good trade.
Somehow I think you do pretty well, D Black.
Oh man, but I would imagine if like that someone just popped up and said I can take you back 2 years and you're allowed to make one trade. And
Well,
you immediately have to come back.
Shiba Inu.
Yeah, I would have put the house on shit, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. As much shit as I talk about it, knowing what I know now, I'd have most definitely put the house on ship.
I mean, if I had a house when the time was right, I would have put the house on SHIB, but I only put
I'd
about
put
60
somebody
bucks on SHIB.
I'd put somebody else's house on ship. I would have figured it out. Maddox taking into those liquidations now as BTC is dropping. Exchanges are being greedy.
I think there's going to be a pullback now, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, we have the opportunity. We did come in and we filled this vector here. And I went out the other night and I wasn't really paying attention. And I had this vector pulled all the way back here because it starts way back here, right? So I forgot about it once we got out of this section. So I came back last night and I was looking at it. So I pulled it over. I'm like, all right, it filled. And then I came all the way back and I noticed this where I had row 18, 2K measured move if the bulls can fill this vector. So I started looking at it and technically we could get that move if this was to play. Where's my other chart? Hold on. On my other Bitcoin chart, I've got it here. Yeah, got the big symmetrical fake out, pops up to the top side. The measured move would be 18.2. But again, people have to buy this shit, right? And there just doesn't seem to be the will to buy Bitcoin right now. The chart tells me that people think 17K Bitcoin is too expensive. But again, the bulls have the road is there, is paved. The technical is there to get there. The
Yeah.
bullpen is open.
Mm-hmm.
But the bulls are just
No
sitting
damn
there
volume.
staring at the opening like, you
Right.
go
There's
first.
no. Mm-hmm.
Then we could blame Grayscale for that one. Because even with the associated risk of investing in that GBTC fund, a 40+% discount on Bitcoin is, I mean, how do you say no to that? Yeah, that's true, QT. People are buying gifts and stuff, but this isn't retail we're talking about. Anybody who has to decide between buying crypto or Christmas gifts, respectfully wasn't going to move the needle too much. We need like the big money, institutional money to pour in. The problem is that they're pouring into Bitcoin through different avenues that don't move the chart. I mean, good news is they're still they're accumulating. So for the future of Bitcoin, at least they believe in the future. It's just not helping us right now. I'm gonna buy so much Ethereum at the bottom of this shit. ETH has been consistently moving at like 3 times of Bitcoin. It's like a 3L Bitcoin token at this point. And that's now with like no volume and shit. This is gonna like, it's gonna like 5 times Bitcoin this run, I think, if not more.
What's your price you're looking for Bitcoin at like I mean I'm sorry, ETH at the top.
I could see
12, 14 or something.
bro, I could see like 25.
Oh, don't even say that.
I mean, if this shit really goes how it's supposed to go, if all the merge and the splurge and the purge and all of that shit that Vitalik got planned come through the way it's supposed to, and that deflationary starts kicking in when volume comes back, yeah, man, this thing, it could really go. Like as much shit as I talked about the merge, I only meant that it wasn't smart to invest in it for the merge and not take profit. But the fact that they did have that, I mean that fork, the fact that they did go proof of stake and they're putting all of this shit in, it's gonna affect the price in the future. I mean, Bitcoin, it's got a deflationary nature now, like Bitcoin. It's theoretical for right now, but once that shit starts to kick in and people see that it's working, yeah, I think it's gonna go nuts.
I don't even want to think about that. That's a possibility, man. Get me
I
too
know.
excited. Doing the math, I just don't think they're gonna let me have that much money.
But even 15, you know,
Yeah. Still damn good.
people just forget what happens is it goes under the radar. Like right now, nobody's really talking about ETH. It's not sexy. The merge is behind us. Everybody's on to their Cardano's looking super cheap. Look at the prices Cardano's at. Solana might make a comeback. Look at optimism, and then ETH is just like, okay. I'm gonna show these kids who run shit in the layer one game. I am gonna have some Cardano though. You gotta hedge against Vitalik, bro. Because Vitalik will just delay some shit on your ass. And then you're like, okay, then whenever there's a delay on ETH, the competitors usually get a little bump. So you gotta hedge against yourself. But I do that in everything. Like for my like for my store of wealth, like I'll hedge my Bitcoin with gold. Then I hedge my ETH with another layer one. I'll hedge my gaming coins against each other, my exchange coins against each other.
I know one thing, I'll be getting more Polygon than I originally intended.
I'll be getting a shit ton of Matic too. Yeah. My hedge for Matic is I think it's gonna be like a Doge Matic hedge, yo, honestly. And it's just gonna be like a sentiment, like what's gonna win out type of deal. It'll be a fun race. They're both, right around um the same level of hype when it comes to sentiment. Matic's caught up to Doge, I think, now with all of the shit that's going on. So
I just can't wait to completely fill my bags. It's gonna be so nice, just to have it done with.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Cause I think I'm like I don't know, like 22% in.
Not to be cruel, but the best time is when you're all in. We went through all of this suffering through the bear market, and then all the people that went away come back in the middle of the bull, and they're jumping in, they're scrambling, and the price is going under, and they're pulling out, and they're doing all the fucking crazy, like repositioning and all that. And we're just sitting here with a crazy cushion, calm, relaxed. But it always
Yeah.
happens that way. Yeah, this doesn't look good, guys, for Bitcoin. I'm
What
just
do you
saying.
think Matic
If we
top will
look at it
be?
on the hourly, like if we just want to break it down to simple support and resistance, we broke the support and we've been attempting to get a support resistance flip here. We tried it once, got rejected twice, and now third time. Pretty safe to say price doesn't want to go up there. I can't even give you a Matic top, to be honest with you, bro. Somebody on
Nope.
YouTube was asking. I wouldn't. I don't have the balls to sit here and tell you what I think Matic's gonna get to, because I have no
Do
idea.
I
There's
hope that
so.
was it, because I went short.
Oh no no no! I don't mean now. I mean top of the bull.
Oh, like the top.
Yeah yeah. Because there's just way too many catalysts. I have no idea if these things fall through, if they come through, if people jump in. You got Iger on the case now with Disney. Like Jesus.
So that could just be the top for the day. That's all I'm
Oh,
really
this
looking
could
for.
all. No, yeah. I think this is Bitcoin's top for the day, or at least till for the day till closing.
Yeah, I took profit on Matic for today. I don't think it's going anymore. But I could be wrong.
Hey, there'd be no fun in it, right? If there wasn't a chance of being wrong, like that's
Yeah.
the little risk factor that keeps us going. I went out last night. It was like the first official night of Basel. Yeah, I can't feel shit. I'm fucking numb. I think I'm getting old.
You said Basel Week. I feel like it's been going on for the last month.
Well, there's been, yeah, because when you live here and you like doing murals, you start like a month before. But then the whole week is that week of parties, conventions, all of that shit. I went to DecentralCon for like 30 minutes and left. That shit is so fucking boring.
Those murals were pretty cool.
Nah, they killed it this year. I can't wait till it's over. Like when it's gone and everybody leaves and the streets are empty again and you get to really look around and see what
Yeah,
got left behind.
I
That's
need
what's
to see
dope.
those in person.
Yeah, y'all gotta come down, man. We need to have a meetup in Miami. That'd be super dope.
When will that be?
Hopefully at the top of the bull and everybody's filthy rich and we'll just
Yeah.
line up
Oh
our
yeah,
yachts
filthy.
next to each other in the marina. Just pull up.
We can all sing me in Miami.
Nah,
What
there's
are we
not
gonna pull
no
up in
second.
though? I feel like Lambos are like so 2020 or some shit.
You gotta get creative. That's where the fun's gonna be. We'll see who spent their money the best. Oh. But nah, it'll probably be way before that, man. We won't be to the top for years. Well, not to depress anybody, but just be realistic.
I think I'm gonna shoot for the Audi.
I'm more any guy myself. Audis are kind of nasty. Oh wait, oh my bad. Confused what we were talking about for a second there. No disrespect to people with Audis. I just think it's weird.
Hold on, if you're insulting my Audi choice, I can't hear you over this game of Overwatch.
No, it's not. Forget it. Just had this conversation yesterday with somebody, so it's funny that it came up. No, we're talking about any and Audi belly buttons. How people with Audis are aliens,
How?
and that's how you can tell.
Well, I need a mom car, so my choices are limited.
Audis are dope. Little A4 or something. But if you're a mom, you need a big, massive tank truck vehicle.
Suburban's my favorite.
I'll just get one of those army surplus tanks, huh?
There you go. Just show up in a pink tank.
That'll be safe for the kid.
Teach them how to load rounds just in case shit goes down. Nah, Miami's cool though. You can walk everywhere in Miami though. Like once you're in the area, it's really not a whole lot of driving. I think it's funny when people come down here and rent because they'll come down here, they'll stay on South Beach, right? And South Beach is like a 10 block square, the beach on one side, the hotels on the other side. And they'll rent a Lambo for the weekend and just drive it up and down the same 5 block. You'll see the same car like 8 times while you're on the block. Like, bro, we can tell. Just go have a good time. You came to Miami to drive.
Maybe.
Living that Miami Vice fantasy. My cousin makes good money on that though. My cousin rents foreigns on the beach. He's always telling me, he's like, just buy something, bro. Buy something. Let me hold it for a couple months. You'll get all your money back from the rentals. I'm like, I'm not letting nobody drive my Lambo. Are you fucking crazy?
Well, that's why you gotta go buy something and not let them drive the Lambo.
No, I'm too big for those little ass fucking cars anyways. I like trucks.
I am terrified of Lamborghinis. Like every time I see someone driving one, I'm just like, could you imagine what would happen if I wrecked that shit?
Well, you need to think what would happen if they wrecked that shit. Half of the people driving Lambos do not know how to control that vehicle. They just have insurance.
Well,
So
you
the
don't really
rental
see
people
them too
don't
much out
care.
here. Here you have to worry about people in gigantic trucks they don't know how to drive. Not the 18-wheelers, but I'm talking about everybody with their King Ranch edition Ford. The King Ranchers in the chat are about to come for me. I can feel it.
I'll be right back. All right. What's going on here? All right, you're gonna catch the port on the top of your little bull flag, or you're gonna fall back in Bitcoin? What are you doing here? Just trying.
Cross the line, you know you want to.
It's my favorite part is watching the fight at support and resistance. I know that's like wild nerdy, but I love
Hey, truth, I really like that too. Kind of like America right there.
it. It's like it's like a football game sometimes when I'm watching charts. Bears versus Bulls.
Yep. Duking it out.
I love it when like I like watching it too, and it's not always the same battle. You'd be like watching it and you'd be like, oh man, this one's like a tug of war.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's the truth.
Like, and then, sometimes it's like, oh, they're launching cannons. It's like a big bomb followed by, a pause and then another big bomb the other direction.
And then when you get the smackdown from the top.
That's why I had to get off of the premium trading view because I was losing hours of my life just watching charts on the seconds. Like I always had one of my screens, always had the seconds up, and I was just sitting there staring at it.
Yeah.
I did that for 2 days and became absolutely nauseous.
Yeah. You learn a lot about how a coin breathes, but once you learn it, you can stop. Like you can
It
stop
was
now.
fun. Like you could see all the tiny bearish patterns playing out really quick.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it drops and you're like, wow, look at that. You really can see it coming, but like it's also, 1 second. So it could be coming and then be like, oh, I'm not gonna make it. It's very misleading, the 1 second chart. But when you see what's happening and then it happens, it's like, whoa.
It's like the Bulls were fully aware that they needed to hold that support.
Rippity rippity away from the dippity dippity. Market did close the green today, and crypto after market is already climbing. Looking good, looking good. Ditsy was making some lower lows as well, so that's nice. Getting a little bit more of this afternoon pump. We did see that the SPY had a nice candle even in the aftermarket as well, holding above 406. So Bitcoin's above 17,000 American dollars. So that's something to look forward to heading into the weekend. Seeing Bitcoin above 17K. Definitely a far stretch away from that 15,500 price range we had.
Day is it? Bull market? 23rd? 4th?
So today for the bull market, we are in day number 22. Just in my opinion.
Hopefully. 18K and then big fat drop.
That's way too easy. I think we're going to that 8-hour 200 MA.
If crypto was that easy, Vlad, it goes up 1,000 drops. Goes up 1,000 drops. That would
Right?
be.
We'd be billionaires.
I think the price would already be past $1 million if it went up 1,000, dropped a little bit, and then went up another 1,000.
Tim, what do you think the next top will be? The next bull market top? Or do you have like a macro chart or no?
Man, I'm kind of in the mindset with those guys that we may never see that all-time high again. For a long time, for like years.
I'm a little more hopeful, you know. I spent a few hours charting macro last night, and I think our top will be in a range of like 180 to 200, and I think it's possible like around 2025.
I mean, if we follow the 4-year cycle, that would make sense, but I don't know if we're going to follow the 4-year cycle.
I'm just going to do scalping until then, just in case, right? I don't want to just buy and hodl. That doesn't make sense because what if we don't hit those all-time highs? At least if I'm scalping every day, I'm gaining something. And like if you do enough scalps, you're going to gain more than a person that just hodls. And then you can just quit crypto and go do something else. Mike says, what's everyone's thoughts on Uniswap? Well, I think when Pulse Chain comes out, it may take a lot of the volume away from Uniswap, but we'll see.
Even if it does go to 180,000, you'd be waiting 4 years for a 10x from
Wow.
this point.
Me? No, I don't hold Bitcoin long term.
I didn't mean anyone in particular. I was just saying that's the math.
I lost my Coinbase card.
Would never
started
accuse
buying
anyone of
every
holding
first.
Bitcoin.
I just started DCAing into Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin. I will buy them every 1st and 15th of the month. So we'll see.
Yeah. I'll come back in a few minutes. I'm trying to find my Coinbase card.
You get your other cards working or no?
Nah. They said Monday is when it arrives. So I have to use the Coinbase card. I didn't want to. I was gonna go to Dubai last week. Very bad timing.
What up, Tame? What are you thinking?
He stepped away for a bit.
I think it looks like he wants to go up and clear out some of these shorts.
Yes, sir.
It looks like Doge might go up and push past that 10 cents again, clear out a bunch of this.
Yeah, I got it long at 9. I got in at 988.
Yeah, same thing too. I was like down at that 985, 987 region.
Nice, nice.
But I'm just curious. A lot of times when we do this, when we sit in here waiting, sure we're in profit, but as soon as we sell it, the sucker spikes right up, and so it just. But it also does those things.
Oh,
Where it just dives out of control, out of nowhere. So we shall see. But if you might have an order, you should have an order set up there. I just feel like if it goes up, it's going to go up pretty quick to clear those out.
what do you think? We should sell order at 5, maybe? I mean 10, 3, 10, 2.
Yeah, I was thinking like 10,275 is probably its peak.
Put a sell order at 10, 2, 5.
Can't hurt. A little bit of profit for the day. Bam. I see what you're saying though, setting it at that 10.05 just in case it comes back up and doesn't re-go above that last peak. Probably right at that 10.005.
Hey, so if you guys, people that didn't buy the actual dip at 15 and a half or whatever, when would you think that they start buying? At 18,000 and a half, 19,000, 20? They feel confident that's gonna keep running.
Yeah, I feel like right in about that 19,000 where they feel like it's going to go into 20,000, but they want to catch it sooner than later. You know what I mean? So they still feel like they don't want to pay 20 for it, but they're happy at 19.
Almost start kicking in, maybe, but we'll see.
Time will tell. We shall see.
It's
Or
not
is this
going past
truly?
25.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think it's gonna go past 25 or where Bloomy got his spurt at.
Yeah, I don't think there's a prayer it's going to make it past 20, 24, 5, but last time I said that is right when you were like, all right, Doge is ready to go up past 7 cents to 10 cents, and it sure did, didn't it?
Hopefully, one of the real nerds coming up, people would block will ask them if they want to get in at 19.5. They're just gonna watch it go.
What are you thinking, Tame? What are you seeing, brother?
So, I'm still in my longs. I kept ETHW open yesterday. I put a nice screenshot today just showing the comparison, keeping it open how far I was down today, but it's already bounced back up. A lot of these coins are recovering from the dip that we had earlier. The only coin that was not really above the buy block all day long was ETHW. It dipped, but Bitcoin, everything else was up a lot. Bitcoin has so many liquidations. It could probably be above 18,000 at least one time before the end of the weekend. So, really looking
Yeah, that's what we
forward
were
to
just
that.
kind of talking about. That's what we really think it's going to go up and tap and touch before it clears back down. So, I think it's got the whole potential to the rest of the weekend, though. That's the big difference. Time. Same thing we were just talking about with Doji. We think Doji's got room to come up and liquidate as well.
All the way up to 11 cents for Doge.
All right, even better news. Perfect.
Hello, I'm gonna come stop loss. I'm gonna profit take higher. Open mic. Open mic.
Loading up for this retest of $14 on Solana. Yes, sir. See you on the other side.
There goes Doge liquidating the shorts, just wrecking them. Already almost halfway through this block.
Hello, good night.
Hello.
Hello?
The difference. Do you know the difference between the crisp and the standard setting for the voice settings?
Oh, finally I'm listening someone, but very low.
Okay, well, there's two settings on the voice settings. One is crisp and one is standard. So I don't know what the difference is. So what do you guys think? How's Dogecoin looking?
Do you guys feel like we can go higher than this?
A lot of background noise.
Dang, that was scary. Make me jump.
Yeah, I thought my phone was getting taken over.
Yeah, I can see this going up a bit more. At least 10.5, maybe. I don't know, to guess.
I think we're gearing up for a weekend run to 18K. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I do have that feeling like this week. Like, I don't know if we really have too much weekend problems, but we've definitely had Sunday and Monday crashes, so I'm gonna be careful about that. But now things look like they're kind of, I don't know, some of the things I'm looking at look like they're breaking out a little bit. But I'd also be careful of the S&P coming up against like this. It goes all the way back till the beginning of the year when the market top is like this trend line just goes down. It has 3 touches already. So if you look at the S&P or the SPY or whatever, you can see it. I personally would wait for Doge to come down to like 994 or like 945 or something. Um, I don't even know who knows if that can happen, but I feel more comfortable on that.
Yeah, Doge is looking pretty good too, though. I can't lie. I was scalping at 9.8, and yeah, took off like a rocket.
Yeah, if Bitcoin doesn't go higher, Doge will turn around as well.
Yeah, we shall see. Matic started minting NFTs over on their platform as well too, like the art bezel or some shit like that. Pretty cool.
I hate to say it because I really don't short, but I'm shorting Bitcoin right here.
Yeah, most people short Bitcoin and long Doge or something, but just gotta pay attention to the sentiment.
Nah, I think Doge will test 9 cents again, man.
Anybody look at FTT? That thing is flat, flat to everything else in the market.
You said FTT?
Yeah.
It's on spot.
Yeah, that's FTX token. Yesterday the spread was like 3 cents from like 127 to 130. I'm like, damn, that thing is for sure dead now.
Is Binance letting you withdraw now? I've seen that was having problems earlier.
Who?
Binance after the Anchor coin had did what it did, it was a few problems.
Oh yeah, saw that. Not sure. I don't use Binance, but I did see that they said they're gonna keep people updated.
It's probably time to short BNB.
Yeah. They're like the last piece of the puzzle.
I mean, it's really too high. Like, what is it used for real?
Their platform, basically, that you get like low fees and stuff from holding it.
Dude, what's crazy is when I started losing a bunch of money in the 2018 like bear market, I transferred my money from Bitcoin into BNB, and it performed the best out of all the other coins, and it like maintained its value at like $14, and and then I ended up like whatever trading it into XRP. So I owned all my money was in BNB at $14. Had I just held it, I'd be fucking rich right now.
Yeah, I mean, it ran up pretty nice, but that narrative looks like it's shifting with the exchange coins. Yeah, if you look at those charts, oh man, they kind of look similar, all of them.
VGX, they actually have that company got a stock and it went down to 5 cents in the stock market. So I've been trying to take advantage of that because it usually does crazy pumps, man. You might want to look at it.
They went out of business though, or bankrupt.
Yeah, but you know how that shit is, man. It might spike to 10 or 20 cents, bro. I seen it. I see it all the time.
Yeah, but my risk appetite is not into stuff like that. Like I can go trade FTX right now, but yeah, I'd rather stay away. Especially in this type of market.
Yeah, I feel you because you gotta like watch that shit for real.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to like. I mean, if I see opportunity, yeah, but I wouldn't get too comfortable because those scam wicks are real.
Yeah.
But you know what? Binance was looking into buying it, so yeah, I did pay attention. But I'm just like, I can't really get myself into like getting around that shit anyway.
Yeah, I mean they was trying to
Non-smoking.
buy it. They was trying to buy it at first, but what's his name? Sam stepped in and outbid it them. So that was kind of weird to me too.
I'd rather wait for confirmation and then go crazy on the trade. Even the assets they have, like those assets might go crazy. Just like right now, it's kind of. I'd rather stack my USDC. I mean, I'm already in a risky trade though. I've been scalping Solana, so I kind of got enough risk on my plate right now.
Man, when you told me you was in Solana, it was like $10 or $11, and I was
Yeah,
like, nah, I ain't gonna touch it. I should have touched it. Now I got to
yeah.
do 10 push-ups.
Like I just need to have like more of like I just need to have a more of like a spreadsheet of like what's going on. A lot of things with this underlying factors you don't know. It takes.
For real, man. You should have been like, bro, put a little bread in there. I probably would have did it then.
You know what though? Like a lot of people was kind of like saying it was going to zero though, so I just didn't want to just like throw people in the flame. Like I know I'll take that rap my damn self, but I don't want to just like yeah.
Man, that would have been a good one for me, man.
Yeah. I mean, I know now though. I like it though. I mean, I like them. I like them opportunities, but I just don't like to be too risky. That's where the money is made, though. Where
How
people
far
want
do
to go.
these liquidations go for Doge? I can't. Time don't got it where I can see how far the Doge might go. I seen like 10.5 or 10.7 last night.
Look at my screen. I'll show you.
I'm out here on the border, man. Appreciate. Yeah, on the border. Appreciate it.
You say you on the border?
D block, what's the measurement saying?
Where D Block at, man?
Look at his charts.
Is that why Matic pumping like that?
Yeah, low key.
Yeah, it's still about the same. It could hit like 10.4. I never short Doge. I just need to. I'm waiting on a good drop.
Yeah, I think under 10 cents is good accumulation. Like 9.5, 9.4, 20 under there is pretty good.
Yeah, I think 9.8 is great. Shit.
Yeah, that's where I was scalping at earlier. It was just looking too good.
I didn't even touch. Now my average right now is like 9.7. So I'm trying to see what it's gonna do.
Mine is 8.9 from that's my last buy from 5.9. So yeah, I'm trying to inch in there without inching too much. Like on them big drops, though, I'm going in.
Oh yeah, every time. That's what I'm waiting on now. I know everything probably about to get a scam week up,
Yeah,
and
especially with the
then
weekend.
once that good drop come for the weekend, I'll probably go in a little bit.
You know what? Some people never learn though. They always take these risky shorts on those. Like the weekend, I think it's a good time for those to just liquidate shit.
I never short Doge. I don't even like the short. I'm shorting Bitcoin right now, but I don't even like the short. Doge especially. It's crazy. It's one tweet away from being 20 cents.
Yeah, that's what I say. And he knows it too. Elon knows it. That's why he's trying to chill. But I mean, when the time comes, it's gonna be a lot of FOMO. That's why I like to pack my bags on the way and not delay.
So it's about to shoot straight to like 10.3 to hit
Oh
those
my
shorts.
god.
You see it, I already knew it was about to do that.
Yes, sir. As long as those shorts stay right there, they're gonna be wrecked. Yeah, we got longs all the way down to 9.6, 9.5. Yeah, so I mean, shit. I wouldn't be short those right now. Maybe like at 10.5, 10.4, but yeah, not right here. We already put a higher high in.
We can go to about 10.350.
Well, Elon should be on Twitter pretty soon. He has to release that Hunter Biden story as well. It was supposed to be 5 o'clock, but they delayed it for some double checking facts. So it should be any minute now.
You said Hunter Biden?
Yeah, Elon has the Hunter Biden story, and that's going to be released on Twitter.
Is it like supposed to be positive or negative?
Well, do you know who Hunter Biden is?
Yeah, I know exactly what he does too.
Oh, it's going to be comedy. It's going to be golden.
Okay.
You may see
Yeah, I mean,
pictures of him with another celebrity smoking crack naked.
right. I just didn't want to say that, but right.
You might see pictures of him and Lady Gaga. Who knows?
Him and Doja Cat.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? How much can we pump from here? BTC, I'm expecting the 17,400, and Doge can follow.
Doge really has liquidations up to 11 cents.
So, what do you think? You're gonna close your longs once BTC test the IRI, or you gonna keep them going? Then
I don't know. I'm multitasking, so I'm probably leaving my position open. I left ETHW open last night. It went down, but it's already come back up some.
Time, just hit us with some green blocks when you see them, man.
Yeah. Well, I had a green block for ETHW, and it's actually below the green block all day long.
Yeah, I had bought it at
Matic's up a lot though.
379. That's where I caught it at.
yeah, I'm up to 60% on Doge, and I wanna close it because I don't know if BTC can go more up than 70,400, or if we even go to that point.
The SPY made another low today though.
I don't know. I just wanna close my Doge position on the max profit I can, and I'm afraid that it is now and not later.
Elon's gonna be on Twitter soon, so that's your choice. I'm gonna keep mine open.
Yeah, I will close in one exchange and leave the other one open. Let's go, guys.
Still like 18.7.
I've lost.
Yeah, I want to retest 16 cents on Doge again. That would be very nice.
Oh,
I posted in TA for anybody that needs a little bit of hope, thinking that Bitcoin is going to die on the macro. It's not doing anything different than the last 4 cycles, 4 or 5, whatever.
Matic's almost at 94.5 cents up here.
Yeah, I have one Matic short open for a few days. I'm negative now, but I will still not close it because every time I open a long on Doge, I compensate it.
Elon delaying that information. I'm sure he's getting all kind of deals to not to release it.
Hey, widen your screen out again. Let me see where all the shorts at again.
Doge shorts up to 10.745 if you're looking on Discord. Bitcoin on the short time frame could go to 17.7. Okay. Matic's already at 96. We still didn't get that Facebook news as well about Matic, so we're still under $1. Last time we had that news at 85, we went to like $1.15. So think about that.
I'm almost up 600 on Matic.
I'm gonna play the Twitter space. We can listen to it. Join the YouTube.
Mantling the Empire by Chalmers Johnson.
Kim, are there any publications, and we're not making this about you, and I understand that. Are there any legitimate publications about your story?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of material. There's also a feature-length documentary about my case on iTunes, and I think it's also available for free on YouTube now. You just Google for it. But let's just wait and see what happens here with Elon. I'm still reloading. I'm really waiting for this to come out. So I think let's not do this about me. Let's just I did hear what the other person said, and I didn't want to invade. So let's just make sure we focus on the Elon release now.
Right, and that's what I wanted to close with, because I'm sure there are people here that are interested in legitimate information regarding what has happened to you, with the focus staying on what's going on with Elon here and the laptop.
We can, while we're waiting for that, there are 3 hands up. So if I think Mark, Jesse, and then Shukri, if you want to go in that order, that would be great.
Yeah, what's going on, Tara? What's up, Spence? How's everybody doing today?
Oh, we're great.
Right? The unveiling of Hunter Biden's laptop is just going to expose so much corruption. I mean, I'll say this: the superpowers who designed and implemented this system overlooked, one key element, right? And that the people independent to their oppressive government, they didn't anticipate us learning the skill set needed to malfunction the system. And that's exactly what Elon is doing. He's malfunctioning the system. And just remember, when something goes wrong in the circus, they send in the clowns to distract the audience. Something has gone very wrong with this circus, and the clowns are everywhere. I mean, me personally, I'm glad to see Elon at the helm of Twitter. It was extremely concerning watching the censorship and deplatforming get closer to a dictatorship. And the elites are scared. The elites despise the truth and will do anything to cover it up, right? I mean, the system doesn't want you to think for yourself or stand up for what's right, and I'll finish with this. I mean, celebrities, politicians, mainstream media, these people don't live the same truths as you and I do. People are becoming more consciously awake to what's going on. And to echo what Kim said, these mainstream goblins are so quick to suppress this Hunter Biden laptop and label it Russian disinformation. But again, the truth will be exposed, and I can't wait. I got my popcorn ready.
And the support behind all of that is immense. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who support what's being done. No longer are we nailed against a wall being force-fed agendas by mainstream media in order to make up our minds based on what we're given. We have opportunity now. We've had opportunity before, but I believe now we've got exceptional opportunity. And
the great thing is now the truth is the entertainment. Before, the corruption and the crime were the entertainment, but now the truth is, and Elon Musk is about to entertain the entire world. That's what's great about this. It's sad that we have to do that to get to the truth, but it is it is kind of a polymorphic organism. So,
right, it was asked just moments ago, like, how are we all doing? I'm a kid in a candy store with a pocket full of nickels, like, and I'm not out for drama or looking for some gossip topic. It's literally, we're being informed, and we have the right to know. We're citizens. We're not in some communist democracy that is controlled by a small group of people that we're forced by some agenda or agendas in order for us to be force fed.
Jesse, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Spence, Tara? Thanks for having me. Ian, it's an honor, and Kim.com, it's also an honor as well.
Hey,
nice
to meet
I'll
you.
keep it. I'll keep it brief, just because, like Tara said, or whoever said, we have a stadium of people here. I think that
was me.
Thank you. I think that everyone, at least in here, knows, they sense, they can feel that there's been a shift, that all of the corruption in all of the institutions is being exposed in the mainstream media, which is obviously corrupt, in the stock market, in academia, in Hollywood, everywhere. We're seeing the corruption come to the surface. So my question is, this is for you, Kim, with Elon unchaining Twitter and with the trust in the media at an all-time low, do you see this story being the thing that opens the floodgates, now that the stage is set, the whole world's watching, for stories like the Seth Rich story, the Awan brothers story, and the Epstein client list to finally be released to the public that's willing to listen now?
Well, let's take one step after the other. I think it's important to wait and see what's coming out now. It's definitely going to put a spotlight on the mainstream media that has been manipulating people for way too long. And even if we could correct that alone, that would already be a major achievement, for freedom and for the world and for humanity. So let's just wait and see what happens here. There's such a long list of injustices. Just look at Julian Assange still being in jail.
Exactly.
The guy who's told the world the truth about war crimes and exposed all of these corrupt systems that are taking us, to a global crisis. This war in Ukraine could easily escalate if NATO steps in. We're facing some serious around the world because the people who have basically stolen the power from us, that have undermined democracy with their methods. This is an important step in history. If we can expose the mainstream media for having lied to the world about this important piece of information, and if we can show how they have done it, and that's the important thing that Elon is doing today. He is going to show us how they have put pressure on Twitter in order to make that happen. And that is an important piece of evidence that is hopefully going to open the floodgates for much more.
Kim,
absolutely.
Stephen Steele here. A follow-up question for you, just dovetailing off of what you said. A few days ago, Elon Musk tweeted out that he has conclusive evidence that there has been election interference on behalf of the former Twitter staff. Do you think what's going to be released today, do you think he's alluding to what he's releasing today as in part what he considers election
100%.
interference?
All you have to do is ask for it. Right after this gets released, and it will, I know there's a delay right now. They're fact checking or something. Or he's just building hype. I think that's going to be coming next, right? It's unclear which elections he's talking about. There's been a number of elections in recent months that have been interfered with by government agencies on social media. We're looking at Brazil, for instance. That's one. So, that's a huge possibility that there's been some interference there, and it's illegal to even talk about interference in Brazil, which is very curious. Why can't you talk about it, right? If it was fair. So there are questions. And I'm definitely keen to see where this goes, because personally, I would like to know of the amount of suppression that conservative journalists or even independent journalists have faced over the past few years, right, for covering basic stories about where COVID-19 originated from, who invented it, was it made in a lab? Why were we not allowed to ask these questions? When Zero Hedge wrote about it in early 2020, they were banned from Twitter for many, many months, correct? And I want to know why they were banned. Who made that call? Was it the CDC? Was it the Trump administration? Who did this? Right? We need to know these things.
Yeah. So, Ian, do you think that what we're going to learn? It sounds like what you're alluding to is that the former Twitter, well, lack of a better term, administration could be complicit in not only election interference in the United States, but internationally as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that to me, that is the big potential bombshell out of all of this, perhaps even more so than what we may see released today. And I think that would
start.
I think this could be the beginning of vindicating a lot of people who have been unjustly ostracized.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the doctors who are, and I'm not talking about some conspiracy theorists here. I'm talking about actual researchers who released public information, when this stuff was being suppressed, they released information showing that a lot of it could have come from a lab, and they were completely suppressed by Twitter, by Facebook, by Instagram, by all these places, and by YouTube especially, which still, to my knowledge, suppresses these things. I want to know why, who made the calls. Was it, just these companies being proactive, maybe overly proactive? That could be a possibility, and that is something that needs to be addressed with, with the way moderation is handled. Who are these fact checkers? For instance, Rebel News right now is going up against a so-called fact checker who's a teenager, who has the ability, just this one guy in Australia has the ability to shut down entire websites just by claiming that they're factually inaccurate, right? Like, that is insane, the amount of power these people have. And they're not vetted. Nobody approves of them. Nobody voted these guys in. They're literally the de facto deciders, of what people are allowed to see. They're the narrative gatekeepers. And we cannot have this. Like, our Twitter obviously doesn't have this anymore. And that's thanks completely to Elon Musk, right? So, I mean, you may see me singing his praises and saying, go Elon Musk, but you know what? To my knowledge, nobody else is doing this. No one else even dares to approach these activist organizations and tells them to, like, fuck off. But he actually does it to their face. And that is, that is a breath of fresh air. I would like to see Zuckerberg do the same thing to them. I mean, if he's under the control of these people, I want him to be able to stand up and say, you know what? I'm going to take Elon Musk's approach because it worked for him.
And he is. And, he came on the Joe Rogan podcast and talked about it. But I've traced fact checks on Facebook back to companies who are contracted by the DOD. It's just insane, like Ian said. And real quick, Shukri's had her hand up for a minute, and she's our last hand before I bring up other speakers. So if we can get to her, she can go ahead and say her piece, and then the people I'm trying to add keep dropping. So if I add you and you drop, please leave the call and come back. Shukri, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for hosting this great space. I understand every American is on a standby for this release, but my heart as an American, as a former Somali refugee who fled from corruption like this, my heart is broken. And our country is exactly what I ran away from. It's exactly what I ran away from. And none of us are standing up to do anything about it. I mean, we ceded to COVID fascism and 2 bouts of elections that were rigged. What is this going to change? No one is going to be held accountable. Just because you know what has happened doesn't mean anything is going to change, that this government is going to do anything about it, that anyone is going to get held accountable. We've seen that. For 2 years, we've seen that. Zuckerberg came out and exactly told us what happened with the Hunter Biden situation on Facebook. Nothing has been done. No one has been held accountable. And for me, like I said, as a former refugee, my dad was dragged out of our house and hung by a corrupt totalitarian dictatorship, just like we are facing. I was only 7 years old, and I came here hoping to get away from it. And in turn, I defended my country. As a veteran, nothing kills me more than see my country that I fought for, go through this. I'm literally in tears almost every day, but today is far worse because everyone on Twitter is celebrating, waiting for this goddamn information. And we have nothing to celebrate about. And we should all be ashamed that we are American citizens. We are not the governed, okay? We have the right to overthrow tyrants. The right to overthrow. You have been given that right. No other country has that right. And we fight so damn hard about, our Second Amendment rights being taken away from us, yet we don't stand up and use that. You've been given the right as an American. I wish I had that right as a Somali born before my dad was taken away from me. And I wish I could take up arms and overthrow that dictatorship. So I say no one should be celebrating this unless you're standing up and doing something about it yourselves, because no one's going to do anything else. So that's all.
All right. So just give me a second here. What she's saying is absolutely, heart wrenching and very touching. And she has a point that we are facing tyranny. But here's where I disagree with her. And this is a change in our direction. If this information is reaching the mainstream, then we have a chance to really educate people about how they are being manipulated by the media. And unfortunately, the vast majority does not yet really understand that. So, if we educate more people about what's really going on, then they can no longer get away with it. And that is really our start. This is where Elon is taking a lead. This is how we can fight back by becoming more educated, becoming less ignorant, and understanding what's really going on. And then out of that, a movement can grow to say, we're going to change that now. We had enough of this manipulation, of the lies, of the fake news. We want something better, and we need to demand that. And that is where she's right. We need to demand that. We can no longer just observe. We need to get involved. We need to be active. We need to be calling things out. And that is what this event may do today. So let's just be hopeful. Let's look at what kind of impact it will have. I think it's a bit too early to tell what it will do, but I have hopes that this is a game-changing moment.
Let's remember too, Kim, that we weren't allowed to call it out. We were literally threatened with being deplatformed, with being suspended from every social media outlet. I mean, this is now the only place where we're free to even speak our minds, and this is all within the last month. So let's remember, we didn't have this opportunity until now.
And then very, very simply, what they classified as the Capitol riots, that was 1 million people, and maybe, I don't know, 3,000 or some entered the U.S. Capitol. Those people were detained for first off, Shukri, thank you for sharing that very much. Thank you for your service. I can't tell you how many countries I've seen that what you're talking about. I've seen it firsthand, and I completely understand where you come from, and I am literally right there with you. But I think what Kim just said is, with America, the very sick problem is there's so many people that are asleep at the wheel right now. It takes time to free minds from the matrix that they have everybody in. I just got my best friend and my child's mother back into my social circles because they were so completely brainwashed from 2009 up until about 6 months ago that any conversation would turn political and they would hate me. And I just didn't understand it. Just recently, they've started waking up. I've seen their personalities change completely back to the people who I knew before 2009. So I think we are getting to the point where you will see some type of revolutionary change. And like I said, the shot heard round the world, if everybody knows what that is, this may be the second shot heard around the world coming from Elon Musk. And I think it's going to be a big deal. Do I wish I could rally all the troops and just storm the Capitol and pull the dictators out? I do. But in chance, I may be myself becoming the dictator by taking somebody's decision away from them in the vote they made. But I
Well,
completely
like
understand what you're
Mara just
saying.
said, just you bringing that up, Mara just commented and said, look at January 6th protesters. They're still in jail for rising up, and they didn't even use weapons. They went and used their voices. So, I mean, that they're using them as an example of, if you do it, this will happen to you.
And I will say it did have an effect, though, because they scared the living crap out of a lot of elitist senators and congresspeople who tried to pull out all the stops to keep them in prison so that it didn't happen again. Go ahead, Chicory.
I guess for me, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying, and I do hope and pray that people who are sleeping and not realizing the corruption level get a chance to realize this and get educated. But for me, it's different. I've seen this, and I am so so proud of Americans, and I expect so much more from them, having this freedom to stand up against their government, and they don't realize the power that they have. And I really do hope that if nothing gets done about this by the government level, that American citizens can go back to the Declaration of Independence and read and gain some sort of strength and realize the power that they have as citizens and do something about it themselves.
Absolutely.
I hope so.
And you know, Shukri,
Thank you.
Your story, it's heart-wrenching. And I mean, it's really sad that there are so many uneducated people that have no idea what's going on around them every day, have no idea what's going on in our government. I mean, as someone who's ran for federal office, I've seen it multiple times, firsthand, the corruption in our government. And what I want people to understand and realize is, Democrats will be like, well, we're a democracy, and the Republicans are trying to threaten it. And Republicans will be like, well, no, we're a representative republic. But in fact, our representatives don't represent us anymore. They don't work for us. 86% of the time, the candidate with more money in an election wins that election, and they work for those special interests. We live in an oligarch. And that's one of the problems. That's why we have the military industrial complex pocketing $1 trillion a year from our taxes instead of taking care of, say, the homeless people on the street, which 17% of them are veterans. I mean, we could end homelessness in America for $25 billion. That's a quarter of what we've already sent to Ukraine. We could end hunger in our entire country, every man, woman, and child, for $20 billion. I mean, that's nothing in our budget, but there's no money in that. And it's just, I need people to understand that, if you go back and reread the Declaration of Independence, if you're lazy, you don't want to read it, go on YouTube search Declaration of Independence. It's about 10 minutes long, and it gives us exactly what we need and what our founding fathers intended for us when our government reaches a specific position in time, which unfortunately we're there. And I think that's what it comes down to is we have a couple options. Do we choose the violent option? I mean, I hope not. I really don't want my daughter to grow up in that kind of country. Or do we choose the option of, trust in the electoral process, getting out there and voting? But the only way that we're going to take our government back from those special interests that purchased it is to get out there, educate people, and that you're voting for candidates that don't represent those special interests, but will instead represent you, which is why there's so many important things like federally funded elections, making sure that you vote for candidates that don't take corporate money and different things like that. Sorry, I'll keep it short.
And I think it's cyclic too. From what I know of history in the country and serving in the military, and I saw it when I came home from a war we never should have been in Iraq, absolutely should not have been in. I came home and we went from a very nationalist, very pro-patriotic country to a very left-leaning, liberal, I don't even know what you want to call it. And it almost seemed the same way through like the Vietnam era. It's like a cyclic thing where our politics and our people go through certain periods of absolute ignorance and stupidity to seeing what's going on around them, waking up and going, no, we're going to start protesting and doing something about this because this is wrong. And we're on the back side of what they call war exhaustion. It's not just for military soldiers. It's the entire country had exhaustion from war, a 26-year war that we had no business being in. So I think now you are starting to see the people wake up, Shukri, what you're asking for. If everybody in this room went through what you had to go through, I guarantee you we would already be at the front doors of the Capitol with our rifles. But like, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to take time to wake up to the fact that maybe one day it's something we have to do to remove some politicians that are obviously being controlled by outside interests in communist parties and dictatorships. So,
and that's on both sides, not one side or the other. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
And billionaires are giving money to Democrats and their Republican opponents at the same exact time.
I'm pretty conservative, but I cannot stand the rhinos, McConnells and stuff. I cannot stand them.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Kim and Tara. I will go down as a speaker now. Thank you so much.
Guys,
Shakur,
thank you so much for
I'd
the
like to
space.
speak on.
Well, one sec, guys. Let me reset the space a little bit after that. Irina had her hand up. Crypto, if you want to go after her, and I'm going to try to bring up a couple more speakers.
Yes, sir.
No worries, man.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks, Tara. Thanks, Spencer, for this great space. I just want to give some European perspective. I live between Switzerland and Dubai, and I'm hearing all of these things that you're sharing about what's happening in the US, but I'd like to share something what's happening in Europe. It is absolutely maddening to see so many brainwashed people. The majority is brainwashed to the point that people in Germany used to be like this amazing country with huge economic power. People are going and getting their fifth booster shots. I mean, it's like, come on, people, why don't you just read up the disclosures from the pharmaceuticals themselves, how damaging these chemicals are for you, and people are lining up to get that, and people are lining up to turn off the lights, and they sort of just swallow the fact that their electricity bills went up 5 times just because they have to support this, proxy wars. I mean, it is maddening and it's crazy. Like,
Breaking, guys. Here we go. Is what he just tweeted. So Elon has released something. Let's have a look at that and then come back.
Yep, it's on Matt Taibbi's timeline. Check it out.
That's interesting. So Elon Musk chose Matt Taibbi basically to release the files. Everyone.
Yeah. I mean, Matt's a good journalist, so
excellent journalist. Excellent.
One of the best.
So I'm going to go ahead and read what he has tweeted, and this is Matt Taibbi. It says, "Thread the Twitter files. What you're about to read is the first installment in a series based upon thousands of internal documents obtained by sources at Twitter. The Twitter files tell an incredible story from inside one of the world's largest and most influential social media platforms. It is a Frankenstein tale of a human-built mechanism grown out the control of its designer." And that's where it's at so far. That was 3 minutes ago.
It keeps going.
Oh,
Twitter is
I don't see the rest. Can you read it?
Yeah, I am reading it. Yeah, Twitter in its conception was a brilliant tool for enabling instant mass communication, making true real-time global conversation possible for the first time. Number 5. In an early conception, Twitter more than lived up to its mission statement, giving people the power to create and share ideas and information instantly without barriers. So, still waiting for the next one. Oh boy, it's like 1 per minute. Yeah, he's doing it 1 per minute. He's got the damn thing queued up. It's literally 1 per minute.
And I only see
oh my God. This is insane.
Oh my, this is brilliant. This is building engagement like crazy. Crazy. I mean, this is smart. Yeah, super smart. Everybody's refreshing it. It's also a really good test for Twitter to see if their servers can handle it. So
yeah, if you guys, speaking of that, if you guys can, make sure you
Andy.
guys retweet the space. If you can hear me, make sure you retweet the space. I'm hoping Elon Musk will come in here.
Yes, number 6. As time progressed, however, the company was slowly forced to add those barriers. Some of the first tools for controlling speech were designed to combat the likes of spam and financial fraudsters. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a slow drip. God damn.
I'm excited.
I love this. I love this.
So
It's like it's
we're gonna be here till 6 a.m. That's like amazing.
There's not enough popcorn in the world for this.
Yep.
Oh, I'm eating salted pistachios.
Well, oh man, I'm just like refreshing his thread.
What these tweets show us so far, anyway, is that how brilliantly curated this was before its release, right? The way this is flowing, it is very well thought out, very well conceived, and it's also kind of bringing us to a fever pitch climax. So I think this was all just kind of brilliantly orchestrated by Elon to not only give us the goodies in terms of the information, but to really maximize attention to Twitter and usage here.
And
someone
Elon
should write
is
about
doing
this.
By the way, Elon is doing this in a very smart way by using,
We've got number 7 out.
Oh yeah, number 7's out. Trying to refresh the damn thing. Good lord. Oh yeah, here it goes. Here it goes. Slowly, over time, Twitter staff and executives began to find more and more uses for these tools. Outsiders began petitioning the company to manipulate speech as well. First a little, then more often, then constantly. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you invent the fire, eventually someone's going to use it to burn somebody else.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say, what I think is really smart about this is that this is a third party, an independent, well-respected journalist putting this out there. And Elon literally just retweeted his thread. And we are following this guy and getting the information from him. So Elon has basically put a layer between him and this release going out into the public, and I think that's very smart.
Absolutely.
That's probably what they were waiting for, is for them to find the right person to drop these files.
Yep. You want to have that, that legitimacy, right? Because if it's Twitter itself, it's like having a police officer investigate a police officer.
I would say for the security to possibly protect.
Yep.
Well, then the SEC can't come after him for releasing Twitter stuff that might affect Tesla stock or.
That is true. That is very true.
Right. Exactly.
And I have a feeling that this is what the whole delay was about, to make sure on releasing it, that it's being done through an independent journalist, and it makes sense. Like it's a very smart move, because he knows he's going to get a lot of heat for that, and all he's done is retweet someone else who has received this information from Twitter sources, which don't even have to be Elon. So it's very clever how he set this up.
Yep.
As goes the old saying, don't shoot the messenger, right?
Exactly. Number 8's still not here yet. I'll still be writing it, or he crashed. Who knows? We'll see.
From my side, the Twitter is melting. Like, it's not updating. All the pictures are gone. So from my side, it's almost melting. What about from your side? Is it working?
My side's
well?
fine. Yeah, everything's
Mine's working. If you guys, either of you see Sam Gorka in here, if you could invite him up to speak, or Sam request and come up and join us, that would be amazing.
Yeah, Sam, I saw you down there before. Feel free to come on up. Love to have your input. We're still waiting for number 8. We all keep refreshing here. Ian, don't you think that Matt Taibbi is just a quintessential example of the perfect kind of journalist and someone to cover this thing? Don't you think
he's a modern day Hunter S. Thompson? That's who he is.
Yeah, that's a very, I think, appropriate analogy. And he has such a solid track record of integrity and really pissing off both sides of the political spectrum in this quest for truth, in my opinion. What do you say?
I absolutely agree. I mean, I used to, when I was more partisan, I suppose, I used to think, why is he attacking our side or something, right? And it's like, no, he's just a journalist. He goes where the truth is.
I just saw Matt Taibbi's profile lose 1,000 followers within one refresh.
Probably bots.
No, it gained 3,000 and lost 3.
Oh, he gained. It's crazy.
He's got 741.6 thousand that I see now.
Yeah, he's
I'm at
bouncing all over the place.
743.
It went from 7,457 back down to 7,3.8K.
Oh, that's because a lot of people are following him right now, so it's not properly updating. Yeah, it's gonna fluctuate.
This
Yeah,
is going to be
my glitch also. I just saw that he has not tweeted at all before I had to refresh again.
this is going to be a great data set for Musk and his engineers to look at too, to go after bots on Twitter.
And I'm sure that they'll get feedback from him as well for like the, like how easy this was to do, if it was difficult,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to reset the room and remind everyone in here that we're watching live. We're updating live. At least these guys are. My phone is so bugged I can barely do anything on it. But we are updating live on what's happening on this thread in regard to the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yes, we are. How do I tweet this out anyway? I'm like a boomer.
The space, Ian?
So you see
Yeah,
the little
the space.
box at the top with the arrow?
Yeah.
Just hit that, Ian.
By 20
or Ian, you can click the purple comment button in their bottom right corner. And when you click that, you can just quote tweet the space that Tara posted
see.
to.
I'll just retweet.
And,
Number 8 is out, you guys. It says by 2020, requests from connected actors to delete tweets were routine. One executive wrote to another, more to review from the Biden team. The reply would come back, handled. And then there is an image showing proof of that those correspondences.
the HTTPS sites for the correspondence from the actual Twitter accounts.
Now, this is juicy.
Yep, now we're getting into it.
This is very juicy because if the Biden team was directing Twitter, then it is the president himself, the current president, who was then running for president, telling Twitter what needs to be done to shut this down. That is a whole new magnitude. We need to keep watching this, but very interesting.
That's what I was saying earlier. There's an outside chain. The chain of command had been completely broken between the separation of a company and the U.S. government. And now if the Biden team, while running and or it says team, which I'm assuming is going to consist, and this is an assumption, of the Barack Obama handlers, the Hillary Clinton handlers, their side of the platform, using the FBI, whoever it was, to push this agenda on Twitter. And we're getting our first, what Kim just said, juicy little bit of that. More to review from the Biden team. And it shows 5 accounts from Twitter. Thanks all, Saturday, October 24th, 2020, 8:28 p.m. And it just says at the bottom, handle these. So I'm wondering if they're saying handle these specific accounts that are tweeting certain things. Now I'm gonna go search these Twitter accounts and see if they're actually active.
Yeah, good idea, Spencer. And who else wants to hear Kim say juicy one more time? I love it.
And I just took a screenshot of those Twitter accounts.
Turn that into a
Anybody
text
else
tone.
wants to?
I think we lost Ian too. I don't know if he wants to re-request if he dropped or not, but
it's because he's still dealing with a boomer curve. So maybe he accidentally ousted himself in trying to retweet the space. No, it's things get real glitchy when you get a lot of people in here, which I think it has been improving though, so compared to how it used to be.
Now, think about what happened with Richard Nixon and Watergate. All of that happened without Nixon's knowledge. His team did that behind his back. So whether or not Biden was aware of what his team was doing, it does show interference in an election.
So here's the first account, Jared87983561, status, currently suspended. That Twitter account is still suspended.
Interesting. What do you make of that?
I think these were people that were dropping information that the Biden team did not want to get out online, whether they were well-known people or whether they were just certain entities that decided to make a Twitter account anonymously to drop the info. The info was seen. The Biden team went to Twitter and said, suspend these accounts immediately so this information is not seen.
Number 9
So
is
one thing that I think is crucial here as well is that Elon is planning a general amnesty of all Twitter users that had been suspended, and of course now he's setting the stage for that because he's showing that a lot of accounts were unjustly suspended. So he has perfect justification to now say, because of the mischievous activities within Twitter, that have led to these suspensions, he now has the justification to say,
9 is out, guys.
Yeah, 9 is out, Kim. Speaking of what you're just saying, get this. Celebrities and unknowns alike could be removed or reviewed at the behest of a political party. And again, an image coordinating with that, showing proof of those sorts of transactions. So, wow.
Here's something interesting on that. The user account twitter.com/LET3481 is actually active, saying they are from Kyoto City in the Fushimi ward in Kyoto. And he has a profile picture of Eric Swalwell cartoon image with the Chinese spy that he was having the affair with. So that account is active and up and looks to be posting some pretty accurate and basically anti-government protest information.
And I also see in this latest screenshot the Twitter account of real James Woods, and I remember him getting suspended around that time.
Oh, yeah.
And his account has now been reinstated. But this is quite interesting, right? That they have been targeting people that had a large following, a lot of engagement on their accounts, that were quite outspoken against, the Biden team, and putting a spotlight on this, Hunter Biden story. And if he has been removed for that, I mean, that is really a big story.
Well, and it deterred other people from sharing the information as well. Really quick, number 10 is out. It says both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign were received and honored. However, and I don't have the next one yet.
So another account, and I think what Kim was saying too, I think Kevin Sorbo was actually suspended for a while as well. He's very outspoken against I guess I don't even like calling them Democrats anymore. The traditional Democrat is not what we're seeing today, but the Twitter account Guy Squiggs is also currently still suspended. And that's
By the way,
there
is another important feature in that screenshot. An additional report from DNC. That is the Democratic Party. That is their headquarters, telling Twitter what they don't like. So very interesting. It's not just the Biden team, it's the DNC as well.
And on that, Kim, which makes even more sense what I'm about to say here, at OZ Wenya, which is one of the accounts on the page, is an active Twitter account. Her profile states, devote to take down the CCP and pursue freedom for Chinese people. So an anti-CCP account was suspended and has been since reinstated.
That is really, really something. Oh, also, Spencer, Ian is apparently in queue. If you could bring him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me find him.
Can I make a comment, guys, before the next one comes out?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and of course, do interrupt me immediately, right? Because my computer's a little slower than yours. But I just want to say how powerful and how amazing is it that everything that we either knew, felt, thought, or from our own observations or circumstantial, now we're watching it actually unfold right before our eyes. I find that amazing. I think it's pretty revolutionary. And then prior, don't forget, just the people's reactions. All the way back to Elon Musk was interested in Twitter, and you could see that. So I just find it fascinating, and then it just brings me all the way back to when Trump was stopped. I think about it, and I said, Spaces came out shortly thereafter, and how powerful are they? Look what you guys are doing right now. Look at the information that's coming out right now. Imagine if he or anyone, like him or not, really is irrelevant, would get out there and talk to the people, receive questions, receive feedback, And I just find it so fascinating. And I think I'm just guessing here. I wouldn't be surprised if we get down to the point in this message where space is an issue and directly involving Trump. Thanks, guys.
Here's something interesting. When I just went, one, Kim and Tara, I cannot see Ian requesting. So if you guys can both look and possibly bring them up. And two, when I went to look at the number of people in the space call, it said 15,905. For some reason, when I looked at the tab where it told me the number, it flashed the word
11's out.
CNN parody.
Yeah, we got 11 here. And why don't I just read 10 into 11 because they cliffhang off each other. So 10 again is both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign were received and honored. However, and this is number 11, this system wasn't balanced. It was based on contacts because Twitter was and is overwhelmingly staffed by people of one political orientation. There were more channels, more ways to complain open to the left, aka Democrats, than the right. And this is also published with a link to Open Secrets as well as an image there. Very fascinating. Wow, this is probably the most revealing bombshell so far. What do you say, Kim?
I think all of this is very, very interesting.
Hey guys.
What
Here's
just a second. Hey, I'm talking.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
1 second.
Sorry, yeah.
So what we're seeing here also opens the door, of course, for a lot of legal avenues now, because now we have evidence about election interference. There will be lawsuits about this. And I think, from a legal standpoint, this is opening a whole Pandora's box.
Okay, can I say something now?
Go for it.
Okay, so if you look
out.
at the
12's out.
Oh, just a minute. We're going to read 12 and then we'll go back to you.
Sure.
If you have it loaded, if you can read it, that would be great.
I do. The resulting slant in content moderation decisions is visible in the documents you are about to read. However, it's also the assessment of multiple current and former high-level executives.
Wow, it keeps crescendoing, right? It keeps ramping up. And sorry, what were you going to say, Ian?
Yeah,
okay.
go
I
ahead.
was going to say, all right. So all those links that are deleted, that the DNC and the Biden administration requested deleted, if you actually look it up in archive, you can actually find those old tweets. It's all photos and leaks of Hunter Biden. It's all the stuff from the laptop. It's literally him having sex. Yeah. It's pictures of him and his family with Joe Biden, et cetera, all being posted by Chinese users. So Chinese users, apparently they were the first to leak this laptop. This information was leaked from China. And I think it's anti-CCP people. This is not pro-CCP, right? These are not pro-China, or at the very least, they're not pro-Xi Jinping. They could be a rival to Xi Jinping. We don't know.
Right. And I've identified 2 accounts already that have anti-CCP content in their profile photos or their wording, like the @OZWENYA. Yeah. Very, very anti-CCP.
Correct. And they're all dated to October 2020. So October 24, right? That's when Archive says they were posted.
So we're waiting
clearly they got the heads up.
We're waiting on part 13, you guys. And don't you think this is really vindicating? Here for years, we heard statements coming out of the previous Twit administration about that these things weren't happening, that this didn't exist.
All right, we've got a caveat here.
Okay, go ahead.
Underneath
we got
12.
We got 16.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think another tweet just released. I'm looking for it right now.
Underneath is a reply to Matt's replying to himself here under 12. There is no 13 yet that I see. Okay, there was more throat clearing about the process, but screw it. Let's jump forward.
And then it jumps to number 16. What's that about?
Well, because he was, it's basically they wanted to hype it up, right? And he's not having it, so he's just like, oh, hey, let's go, let's just
get to the meat. Okay, so number 16 says, guys, the Twitter files, part 1, how and why Twitter blocked the Hunter Biden laptop story. So that's just what we have so
Holy
far.
shit, dude.
Yep.
This is so good.
We are
This
getting
is
right
so,
to the meat.
I have
Juicy.
goosebumps.
Come on, Kim, give it to us.
I can't believe I didn't stream this.
It's content.
Start it now.
Yeah, this is history in the making, and
This
just
is
to
good
finish,
content.
Just to finish my previous thought, and I would love to have.
All right, 17's out.
17 we
So
got,
far, read
guys.
it.
Damn.
Oh, damn it.
17 says, on October 14th of 2020, the New York Post published Biden's secret emails, an expose based on the contents of Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. And accompanying that is the article from the New York Post titled Smoking Gun Emails Reveal How Hunter Biden Introduced Ukraine to His Father.
Yep. That's right.
I remember that, and that was really a crucial moment because you had a major news outlet reporting about this, and I remember the New York Post account was also suspended or disabled, and the story was just completely shut down. And this is really when the other media started calling this Russian disinformation, which was the biggest lie ever to try and manipulate the outcome of the election.
We've
So I'm
got
glad.
17 and 18 out. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Forward to that.
17 and 18, Ian, or somebody want to read that? Do you have it?
I'm trying to load it.
We just had 17, so 18 here is Twitter took extraordinary steps to suppress the story, removing links and posting warnings that it may be quote unquote unsafe. They even blocked its transmission via direct message, a tool. I don't know what that word is.
Hitherto.
Hitherto. Thank you.
Hitherto reserved for extreme cases, e.g., child pornography.
Yes.
So this tool was
Okay,
misused.
let me just explain to you what this means, right? This is not just the censorship of tweets that are facing the public. This is where they censored the ability of people to message others a link to that story or to tweets that are relevant about the story. That is hardcore censorship.
Yep, that's correct. This is the censorship that they use to block hacked materials. This is the stuff for CSE. This is the stuff that you use to block virtual blackmail. And they use this to shut down an actual journalistic website, right? One of the oldest newspapers in the United States was shut down by Twitter.
Yeah,
19
and
is out.
19 is out. 19
yeah, I'll read that.
Go ahead.
White House spokeswoman Kayleigh McEnany was locked out of her account for tweeting about the story, prompting a furious letter from Trump campaign staffer Mike Hahn, who seemed at least pretend to care about the next 20 days. And that's his letter, his email.
Yeah, interesting. Ian, what do you make of this, where we had years of the previous Twitter administration telling us that these things weren't happening, and every time that they were confronted with people that were just suspecting that foul play was afoot, that they would always release statements that unequivocally none of these things are happening, even right down.
Well, here's the thing. So the Daily Wire, right? Ryan Saavedra, he did an amazing work covering this while it was happening in 2020. He even just quote tweeted Matt Taibbi and Elon Musk saying that I actually covered this story about how the DNC asked Twitter to censor what's his face Woods, right? Like the actor, and so. We've known this, except nobody wants to talk about it, right? It's one of those things that gets memory hold. So, like right now, this is news to a lot of people that James Woods was censored by Twitter. People are just learning this today. They had no idea this happened, but no, it did in fact happen. It was in fact documented, and it was public, except nobody cared, right? They just swept it under the carpet, and now, so not all of this is news. I'm sure some of this is news. But a lot of this is simply memory hold stuff that deserves to be talked about. It's basically like digging up and uncovering a grave. We know how the person died, but we need to talk about it.
Absolutely, and we were even told up until the day that Elon acquired Twitter that shadow bans weren't real. Do you remember that?
That's
they
right.
Were telling us shadow bans that weren't real. They even had a section in the frequently asked questions section explaining that the idea of shadow bans were a myth, and that they weren't really a thing, that people needn't be concerned about them. What a load of shit that all turned out to be.
I'm wondering how much people were paying Twitter to suppress certain content. Now, I'm wondering how many billions of dollars they acquired or hundreds of millions to censor certain content from people who are willing to pay to do it.
Anybody else see 20?
I don't see it yet.
Did they even have to pay? I mean, if people's jobs were on the
I see
line
it now. 20
and
here.
their status. Go ahead, read it.
Yeah. Okay, 20. This led public policy executive Caroline Strum to send out a polite WTF query. Several employees noted there was tension between the comms and policy teams, who had less or little control over moderation, and the trust and safety teams. And so in the email, it reads, "Hi, team. Are you able to take a closer look here? Thank you." And that's from Caroline Strum. So it looks like internally, right, they like some team, one of the teams went after Kayleigh McEnany's Twitter account for tweeting out the New York Post. And the other teams were not notified of this. They were not briefed on this. They had no idea what was going on. They didn't know how to respond, right? So like the comms and policy had no idea how to respond because some people in the trust and safety decided to remove it. So clearly this is not a Twitter-wide thing. This was more like certain teams or maybe certain actors in those teams who were the ones acting out. So Joel Roth, perhaps?
Ian, we've got 21 if you see it.
Okay, I'm just going to load this page again.
21 here.
Yeah, you read it.
Storm's note returned the answer that the laptop story had been removed for violation of the company's quote-unquote hacked materials policy, along with a web.
Yeah, I'll read it. I can read that. Yeah, it says,
go ahead.
"Hi, Caroline. Thanks for reaching out to us. Per checking, the user was bounced by site integrity." That's a capitalized thing, site integrity, "for violating our hacked materials policy. Adding them here for further insights and guidance. Thanks." And the person who wrote this is Elaine Ong Soto. She's the ops analyst of the Global Escalations team. So she's one of the people in the escalations team. I'm guessing it's trust and safety. Yep.
So this is relevant and very important because, as we all know, this information was never hacked. It was a laptop that was not picked up by Hunter Biden from a repair shop where he didn't even pay his bill, and the repair shop owner took legal ownership of it. And that was part of the New York Post story, how this even became public material. So for Twitter to write this email internally and say this is hacked material, they knew better, but they fought to find a way to try and keep this information from the public.
Yeah, that's correct.
Based on the question or the mention earlier about Twitter being bought off to suppress this information, do we think or do we know if Elon could possibly have the banking information from
I think it's much simpler than that. These are people that are aligned and part of the intelligence community. One job of the intelligence community is to infiltrate companies that are important to them, especially in the big tech space. So Twitter would have hired, dozens of these people that are actual spies that are working within these big tech companies to then execute the emergency protocols whenever they happen. So this release of this laptop was such a big problem for those who wanted to make sure that Joe Biden gets elected, because he's a much easier to handle puppet than Donald Trump. They made sure that their own people within the organization did what they had to do.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
I mean, seeing what we're seeing now, guys, can't we more safely conclude that the previous Twitter administration was basically looking for any reason to deactivate the former president's account? I mean, don't you think that perhaps their reasoning for deactivating President Trump's account was pretty egregious? I mean, they're saying that he was calling for inciting direct calls to violence. But when we look at President Trump's final tweets, where they were claiming on that timeline where that happened,
he clearly wasn't. Right?
I can't interpret it anyway. What do you say, Ian?
I would say he was calling for peace, and they used it as an excuse regardless. They said, well, a protest happened, and these people happen to be chanting your name, so you're responsible for it, right? It was an excuse to get rid of him. And he was a sitting president, mind you. This is not after he was, out of office. He was in office when this happened. Every single company decided that they were going to crush Donald Trump and prevent him from, having a voice ever again, right? At least until Elon Musk came along.
By the way, one thing that everyone needs to understand about the significance of this, there's no chance that Joe Biden can now run again in 2024. With this stuff coming out, with the Biden team being directly involved, with the DNC being involved, the public is going to be outraged about this. I don't think the left media will be able to cover this up any longer. They will have to change tune. So I think this is going to have a massive political impact because people will not be voting for someone who has been engaging in this kind of election manipulation.
I'm curious to see how far it extends past the DNC because obviously in 2016, Hillary Clinton.
22 is out. 22 is out. I'll read it. Although several sources recalled hearing about a general warning from federal law enforcement that summer about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen, he's referring to himself, of course, of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, that might have been the problem. ... So he's going to continue. So yeah, like everybody's saying, these are not hacked materials, right? This was not Russian or Ukrainian or anybody else or Chinese hacking the American, hacking Hunter Biden's laptop. This was literally him losing it in a coke binge, right? That's what happened.
Yeah, but also everyone needs to understand here, we're now getting a window into what happened at Twitter. The same thing will have happened at Facebook, Google, Apple, all the other big tech companies that engaged in censoring the story and engaged in literally manipulating an election. So this window that we're getting here is just the tip of the iceberg.
There will be a Senate hearing shortly where every big tech CEO head will be called into a Senate hearing. It'll happen.
23 is out.
23
is out. Yeah, I'll read it. The decision was made at the highest levels of the company, but without the knowledge of CEO Jack Dorsey, with former head of legal, policy, and trust Vijaya Gad playing a key role. So she was the one who made this call. She hid it from Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey had no idea anything was happening or that anything was wrong. He just assumed, like anybody else, that these were like hacked materials. That's why when he went to Congress, he was basically blindsided. He was like, the fuck, I had nothing to do with this, right? Like, that's what happened, and that's probably why Jack was not very happy with any of these guys that he had left in charge of the company. His mistake.
24.
24 is out, yeah.
She was general counsel, by the way, of Twitter.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so 24. Quote, they just freelanced it, end quote, is how one former employee characterized the decision. Quote, hacking was the excuse, but within a few hours, pretty much everyone realized that wasn't going to hold, but no one had the guts to reverse it. And that is why, when Jack Dorsey went to went to Congress, he said that we made a mistake, right? He literally said we made a mistake. And this is why. Now we know. So somebody fucked up there, and that somebody being Vijaya Gad, she fucked up. And then no one in the company had the balls to actually do anything about it, so they kept it banned for the longest time.
Yeah, but it was a willful fuck up.
Correct.
So he wanted this to stay off Twitter, and she did it even though she knew that it was totally unjustified because the material wasn't hacked.
Exactly. They suppressed it. They suppressed legitimate news, and so did all the other companies that did the same thing. It's not just Twitter here, right? Meta is not innocent of this. They did the same thing. YouTube did the same thing.
We're seeing exactly what happened with the freaking Russia dossier on Trump. It was fabricated. Certain people decided to push it within the FBI, Peter Strzok, which led to a massive, how many impeachment hearings against the seated president of the United States?
That's right.
It's treason.
And look at
what they've caused is the reverse effect.
You want to know who was responsible for that? It's Ned Price. Ned Price did it for Hillary Clinton, and guess where he is right now? He's in the government.
Well, and I keep telling people, watch the SBF thing, because the William J. Clinton, HIV and AIDS Foundation is centered around the Bahamas and Haiti and whatnot. That money went to that area for a specific reason, which is why you see Bill Clinton on stage with SBF.
Yep, that's right. It's all connected. Right, it's all connected. And hour 25 is up, so I'll read that. Number 25. You can see the confusion in the following lengthy exchange, which ends up including GAD and former Trust and Safety Chief Joel Roth. Comms official Trenton Kennedy writes, quote, "I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for marking this as unsafe." He's referring, of course, to the New York Post article. And so this is dated on 14th October 2020. This is the New York Post Hunter Biden laptop article, privileged and confidential. And then here's a quote. Our teams continue to investigate the origins of the material included in the reporting. And then Trenton Kennedy says, "I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for marking this as unsafe. And I think the best explainability argument for this externally would be that we're waiting to understand if this story is a result of hacked material." So this is the explanation he wants to give the public, right? How do we explain the fact that we just banned a website? He says, we'll face hard questions on this if we don't have some kind of solid reasoning for marking the link unsafe. Trenton Kennedy, and he emails this to Joel Roth, R. Summers, I. Plunkett, K. Rossborough. That's who's in the email here. Katie Rossborough replies, she says, "Will we also mark similar stories as unsafe, ? And that's a Fox News story on the Hunter Biden email laptop thing. So it's the same story, obviously linking to New York Post. She asked that question. Do we censor anybody else?
So far, this seems like the most damning piece of evidence we've received specifically related to the Hunter Biden laptop story. I mean, here with the correspondence you just read there, Ian, it unequivocally shows that they deliberately covered this up, not as a means of, hey, we're just holding on until we find out more information to make sure of whether this is true or not. It deliberately shows them conspiring to cover up the story and explain it away in a public spin that is, they know, is disingenuous to say the least. What do you say?
I absolutely agree with that. That's spot on.
26.
Okay, anyone wants to read it? Yeah, go with it. Go ahead.
I gotta refresh. We'll take
26 here. I guess I'll take it. By
ahead.
this point, quote, "Everyone knew this was fucked," end quote, said one former employee, but the response was essentially to err on the side of continuing to err. And I don't know if Ian or someone wants to take.
I can read it. Yeah, I can read this now. Yep. Joel Roth. This is him saying, okay, this is his quote. "The policy basis is hacked materials, though as discussed, this is an emerging situation where the facts remain unclear. Given the severe risks here and lessons of 2016, we're erring on the side of including a warning and preventing this content from being amplified." So Joel Roth was the one who made the call on this, right? Very interesting. Vijay Gad responds to him and he says, "What is the warning that will come up? ? Joel Roth responds. He says to her, "New. When you click the link, you'll see a generic unsafe URL messages, such as it references spam, malware, and violations of Twitter rules. Not ideal, but it's the only thing we have." And then Ian Plunkett responds. He says, "Whatever we do in comms, this," and he puts in parentheses, "this will become a bias claim for Jack pre-hearing immediately." End quote. "Let's make it clear, we're proactively but cautiously interpreting this through a lens of our hacked materials policy and allowing the link with a warning and significant reduction of spread." So they deliberately suppressed this. They knew what they were doing. They knew there would be a congressional hearing on this. They knew. These motherfuckers knew.
It's not just anymore a civil matter. This is criminal because that's voter suppression. And if bad actors use various methods of spreading disinformation about voting, then that's criminal. So
that's conspiracy to overthrow the United States government.
Exactly. So this thing is probably the biggest story since Watergate now.
It is.
When did Dorsey?
Someone got backbeat. If you all can mute, please. Whoever's not speaking.
Yeah. Somebody's eating popcorn, like Elon suggested.
Yes.
This is truly the biggest story since Watergate, but will the media cover it? Because the media conspired against the New York Post and Fox News and
well,
Wall Street
here's
Journal,
the beautiful thing about this, right?
Well, 27's
because
out.
it's shining a light on all of these media organizations that went along with this. And if they...
Okay, 27 is out. Can I read that first? Okay. Former VP of Global Comms, Brendan Borman asks, can we truthfully claim that this is part of the policy? And then there's this quote here. This is the screenshot. To Ian's point, can we truthfully claim that this is part of the policy? For example, as part of our approach to addressing potentially hacked materials, we are limiting visibility of related stories on Twitter while our investigation is ongoing. That's what he said. All right, please continue.
I'm just so surprised by this, how big the magnitude of this is, and how specific these communications are, and how they are perfect evidence for, election interference to a criminal degree. So this is going to go. There will be hearings about this. There will be court cases about this. The New York Post can use this to go after those who were responsible for censoring them. And frankly, all the media organizations that went along with it are exposed here as well. So this is going to be a very big deal.
Do you remember when Sidney Powell said we're going to unleash the Kraken? And funny enough, she's one of very few people who are able to proceed over military tribunals.
Well, she's a dumbass.
Whatever you think about her, that's fine. But this is
bigger than her, right?
I really quickly want to remind people in here, especially the media who's listening, that you can pull clips from this. It is recorded, so once we end the space, you'll be able to. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay, 28 is out. To which former Deputy General Counsel Jim Baker again seems to advise staying the non-course because caution is warranted. So this is a response from Deputy General Counsel Jim Baker, he's a lawyer, responding to the former VP of Comms, Brendan Borman. What he wrote here is, so this is a privileged and confidential thing, so we haven't seen this anywhere else. He says, I support the conclusion that we need more facts to assess whether the materials were hacked. At this stage, however, it is reasonable for us to assume that they may have been and that caution is warranted. There are some facts that indicate that the materials may have been hacked, while there are others indicating that the computer was either abandoned and or the owner consented to allow the repair shop to access it for at least some purposes. We simply need more information. So they knew that this thing wasn't hacked. Clearly, the New York Post wasn't lying about it not being hacked. It was provided to them legally. It was legally owned by the computer shop guy, right? It wasn't owned by Hunter Biden anymore. So, yeah. But they just went with the hack thing because, it's like, hey, if we all pretend that it's hacked, then it's no big deal, right? We can just do what we want.
And that's a criminal conspiracy right here because they all know it's not hacked and they're trying to create the cover for them doing these things.
Yep. They're all coming up with their little story.
As Joe Biden repeatedly said, what laptop?
29 is up. 29 is up. Yeah. He says, this is Matt Taibbi, he says, a fundamental problem with tech companies and content moderation. Many people in charge of speech know or care little about speech and have to be told the basics by outsiders, to wit, and then we're waiting for number 30 here. So he's going to start, posting some other emails from different people, perhaps, about free speech and why it matters.
Who else helped alert Elon Musk to Yoel Roth and his previous tweets? Who else here can say that they helped let Elon know that he still had a rat inside of the building?
He was the guy talking to Taylor Lorenz.
Here's the thing. Elon is so smart. He knew this and he kept him on board to get to all of this information and make sure that he feels like, Elon is friendly to him. And they also, on the other side, right, the intelligence community wanted to keep him in play and win Elon's trust and manipulate him. And see how smart he is. He used this guy for as long as he needed him and then he fired him.
Yep.
I would encourage everybody to read 18 USC chapter 115, which covers treason, sedition, and subversive activities. You're going to find exactly what's going to happen to some of these people because what we're seeing right here is unparalleled.
Maybe under a Republican Congress, not just yet.
Go ahead. No, just good evening, everybody. I just DM'd Miranda Devine a couple times to see if I can drag her into the room. She's the
30's
reporter
up.
who did the
30's up.
that
Yeah, it'd be
story.
great to have Miranda Devine, by the way.
She's
But 30's up. So I'll read. Can I
cool.
read that first? Yeah. Okay. In one humorous exchange on day one, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna reached out to Gad to gently suggest she hop on the phone to talk about the backlash regarding speech. Khanna was the only Democratic official I could find in the files who expressed concern. And here's what he said to Vijay Gad. He said, generating a huge backlash on the Hill regarding speech. Happy to chat if you're up for it. Best, Ro, sent from my iPhone. So Ro Khanna, hats off to him. He was the only one who actually in the Democratic, group of all those people was, concerned about free speech, whereas everybody else was more than happy to sweep this one under the carpet.
What's that meme of the office building where they throw the one person out the window for making sense?
That's him. That's literally him. Yeah. So good for him.
That's really him. What these correspondences show us, you guys, that it keeps echoing through my mind as these keep coming forth, is these are people that weren't operating out of a sense of naivety or indecision. They were completely in touch with the magnitude of this thing and the factuality of it, and then deliberately went ahead with suppression.
Oh, there's another reply. It's not numbered, but he says, Gad replies quickly, immediately diving into the weeds of Twitter policy, unaware that Khanna is more worried about the Bill of Rights. So here's what she says to him. Hi, Congressman Khanna. Thank you for reaching out, and we appreciate the heads up. We put out a clarifying thread of the tweets earlier this evening to explain our policy around the posting of private information and linking directly to hacked materials. The press secretary's account was not permanently suspended. This is regarding Kayleigh McEnany being banned, right? So she says, we requested that she delete the tweet containing the material that is in violation of our rules, and her account is restricted until she complies. I'd be happy to jump on the phone if helpful. My team in DC, Jessica and Lauren, are copied here and are also available to discuss. Thanks, Vijaya. So she has no understanding of what he just asked her. He was like, are you sure you want to ban people because this is you're literally treading on their free speech? This is serious. And she's like, oh, no big deal. Like she just completely ignores what he just asked. She just completely misread him.
Your narration of that was perfect.
Yeah,
you're doing a great job, Ian, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and right after she sent that off, she went to the espresso bar and then the yoga room.
It's literally like they went to Simulate after working on the Matrix all day. These people, we have people in our government that have no clue what they're doing.
32 is out. Okay. Khanna tries to reroute the conversation to the First Amendment. So he goes back to it. He replies back to her again. He says, mention of which is generally hard to find in the file. So no one else is talking about the First Amendment. Only this guy is, right? I'm sure, you'll find examples in the Trump administration, but he's the only Democrat. So he says, Ro Khanna to Vijay Ghat, and this is his email. Hope you're well, but this seems a violation of the First Amendment principles, he says. If there is a hack of classified information or other information that could expose a serious war crime and the New York Times were to publish it, I think the New York Times should have that right. A journalist should not be held accountable for the illegal actions of the source unless they're actively aided the hack. So to restrict the distribution of that material, especially regarding a presidential candidate, seems not in keeping of the principles of NYT versus Sullivan. That is the lawsuit in 1964, right, or 63, whichever year. I say this as a total Biden partisan and convinced that he didn't do anything wrong. But the story now has become more about the censorship than the relatively innocuous emails, and it's becoming a bigger deal than it would have been. It's also now leading to serious efforts to curtail Section 230, many of which would have been a mistake. I believe Twitter itself should curtail what it recommends or puts in trending news, and your policy against QAnon groups is all good. It's a hard balance. But in the heat of a presidential campaign, restricting dissemination, the dissemination of newspaper articles, even if the New York Post is far right, seems like it will invite more backlash than it will do good. Please keep this communication between us and Jack, and no need to CC the team or forward to them. Just wanted to offer my 2 cents. So it seems like he's the only one who actually cares about the fact that this is a free speech issue, right? They literally restricted a mainstream, a major publication, And, like, it doesn't matter what really, what politics they have. But the fact is, as he said, if this is about a war crime somewhere and those materials were hacked, so fucking what, right? So what?
Mm.
When did Jack Dorsey leave Twitter?
Why or when?
When?
After all of this.
It was
Like,
last
do we
year,
have a year?
sometime mid last year, because I remember I was telling people that there was a lot of sock puppet CEOs that are going to be dropping off soon. Basically in touch with all the other CEOs that just left their jobs last year.
He wasn't in charge anymore. He was just there as a head, and he didn't like it. Like, he had lost control over his company, and I made fun of it for it, like, on the first day when Elon took over. I don't think he liked that very much because we got into a back and forth.
You guys saw when Dorsey tweeted at Elon and actually started supporting him in his endeavor for that.
Yep.
It was a while ago, but
I think it's worth pointing out that I got a pretty good DM from a lawyer that I know, and he said that Ro Khanna cares more about the backlash than he does about free speech. That is also I think that's a salient point to make, because he does mention that he cares more about the backlash in there. So free speech is one thing, but let's just say he's a smarter man than these guys are, right? Because he knew that this would backfire. Eventually, it would come back and bite them in the ass, and he was completely right. And 33 is out, so I'll read that now. Within a day, the head of public policy, Lauren Culbertson, receives a ghastly letter/report from Carl Szabo of the research firm NetChoice, which had already polled 12 members of Congress, 9 Republicans and 3 Democrats, from the House Judiciary Committee to Rep. Judy Chu's office. And so the email reads, Lauren, yesterday NetChoice's Chris Marchese met informally with 9 Republican and 3 Democratic House staffers to gather intel about Facebook and Twitter and a New York Post story. The staffers hail from the House Judiciary Committee to Rep. Judy Chu's office. So it looks like Congress didn't like what they did very much. The suppression of free speech, not very good.
I mean, from everything that I've seen so far, my summary is that the Democratic Party, in collusion with their media partners and big tech assets, have stolen the election by keeping this material from the public, and even worse, by calling it and labeling it misinformation. They've basically blamed the other side to try and take advantage from something that is illegitimate, which would have generated a lot of anger amongst voters and may have created the majority necessary to win. So this entire election, with this big tech collusion and the media collusion to shut down the story based on false pretenses and just completely wrong information, has led to the election results. So this is such a major moment in time.
It's like Joseph Goebbels would be the proudest person on the world right now if he was here, for the type of propaganda machine that the Democrats, the MSM, and these big tech companies have created. Thank God he's not here, because if he would have control of something like this back in 1934, the world wouldn't be here right now. It's absolutely insane.
Right now.
Hey, Kim, do you think this gives enough probable cause to have the media agencies and also the social media companies investigated?
Absolutely, that will be the result of this. There's no question. And actually, the service that Elon is doing to free speech right now, because you still see the efforts of governments around the world to use misinformation and disinformation to control what is on the social media. And with this release, all of that is going to be under question now, and people will be demanding more free speech and not less. And that is a really positive outcome here. So let's just wait and see what more comes out. But from what I've seen so far, this is probably the biggest moment for free speech.
Kim, what is your opinion on the possible implications that a U.S. political party has blamed other countries for misinformation and interfering in elections when it was themselves doing it?
Great question.
That is
Yeah, that is
amazing.
a great question.
I love
And
that.
we see this trend around the world, right? This is not just happening in the US. This is especially happening in the European Union as well. So, and there's always a lot of copying, right? So the US kind of leads the way, creates this new shift in human rights and in our rights, and then everywhere else around the world, they see, oh, this works. They are getting away with it. Let's do the same thing. It's really just a power struggle to remain in power, to
34
achieve
is
the
out.
goals.
34 is out. I'll read that. So, NetChoice lets Twitter know a bloodbath awaits in upcoming Hill hearings. So that's Capitol Hill. With members saying it's a tipping point, complaining tech has grown too big that they can't even regulate themselves, so government may need to intervene. Interesting. And here's the assessment here. High-level takeaway. Every Republican said this is a tipping point. It's just too much, in reference to the censorship. And both Democrats and Republicans were angry. So nobody liked what Twitter did here. Twitter pissed people off by, acting on the command of the Biden administration. So it's kind of interesting here, right? So a group of Democrats, at least those in the DNC, right, the DNC and the Biden administration, wanted to suppress this story so that Biden wouldn't be affected by it. Whereas not every Democrat was with this, obviously, but they used this as an opportunity to clamp down on big tech. And what does that mean? That means government oversights of big tech. No more Section 230. No more free speech online. It means that the government rules over everything, and 35 is out. He says,
Go ahead.
Szabo reports to Twitter that some Hill figures are characterizing the laptop story as tech's access Hollywood moment. So, when asked how bad the situation is, one staffer said, "quote It's big tech's access Hollywood moment, and it has no Hillary to hide behind." Others are more blunt. "Quote Tech is screwed, and rightfully so."
Yeah, so here's something quite interesting in all of this, right? You all remember what happened in the election that Trump won, where Hillary Clinton's emails came out, the DNC information came out, and it changed the election. So what the Democrats decided to do, if that ever happens again, we need to shut it down at all costs right at the beginning when this information comes out, because we cannot have the truth of the corruption of our candidate be out there and interfere with our chance to win. And just a reminder for those who have not read the information from the New York Post, there was clear evidence of Joe Biden benefiting from business deals that Hunter Biden had abroad in Ukraine, in China, and elsewhere, simply because Joe Biden was vice president at the time. So this was really damaging information. If it was in the public domain, if it was actually discussed properly in the media, if investigative journalism would have happened around it, Joe Biden would have never been elected president of the United States.
For people who don't understand
More than a joke.
Security clearance process in the U.S. government, say this. Me, I was in aviation, had top secret. If my child, say, was of age and got caught doing illegal drugs and or prostitution or any of the one things that Hunter Biden has done, I would have lost my security clearance overnight within a split second.
It would have been much less time than overnight. It would have been near immediate, without question.
Yeah,
but hey, 10% goes to big guy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Elon Musk just tweeted out a couple minutes ago, simply, Ro Khanna is great.
Okay, 36 is out. 36 is out. Twitter files continued. The First Amendment isn't absolute. This is in large quotes. Szabo's letter contains chilling passages relaying Democratic lawmakers' attitudes. They want more moderation. And as for the Bill of Rights, it is, quote, not absolute. So it's a long email, so I'll read this out. This is an assessment of what people on the Hill want, at Capitol Hill. Democrats, meanwhile, complain that the companies are inept. They let conservatives muddy the water and make the Biden campaign look corrupt, even though Biden is innocent. They linked this to Hillary Clinton's email scandal. She did nothing wrong, but because the press wouldn't let the story go, it became a scandal so far out of proportion. In their minds, social media is doing the same thing. It doesn't moderate enough harmful content, so when it does, like it did yesterday, it becomes a story. If the companies moderated more, conservatives wouldn't even think to use social media for disinformation, misinformation, or otherwise. The Democrats were in agreement. Social media needs to moderate more because they're corrupting democracy and making, quote, truth, end quote, relative. When pushed on how the government might insist on that, consistent with the First Amendment, for instance, they demurred. The First Amendment is not absolute. This is what the Democrats are thinking. They do not believe in the First Amendment. They don't believe in free speech, right? They want to shut you down.
They are admitting to not upholding their oath of office to protect the Constitution of the United States. And I'll say this on Hillary Clinton's email scandal, handling any classified information over a non-serviced and authorized transfer, like DOD email or whatnot, is completely illegal and punishable by prison time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Kind of dovetailing back to what Kim was saying earlier, alluding that this is kind of a tip of the iceberg, as big of a revelation as this is. I do think that's quite probable, particularly when we saw footage that was leaked and released from an emergency Google employee meeting just following the initial election of President Trump in 2016, in which basically a bunch of sentiments were being shared about, we can never let this happen ever again. We have to do whatever we have to do and curate things in such a manner that an election result like this will never happen again. I just thought that was just so extraordinary. And I can't help but have that echo through my mind as we're seeing the release of all this information come forth right now. What do you say, Kim?
Well, the biggest lesson here right now is that obviously politicians these days don't care about the people. They don't care about them making an educated decision when they're voting. By suppressing stuff like this, all they care about is power and what that power means to them when they get paid by the lobbyists that tell them what laws they need to make more money. So this is a completely corrupt system that needs to be shut down and replaced with something that gives people their rights back.
And
yes, indeed. Go ahead, Spence.
Since we're going pretty far on the left here, I will just say that I think the worst thing to ever happen to this country was the signing of the Patriot Act. I think it opened the floodgates to all of this.
Yeah, I would really agree with that. That was another real big turning point, right? And back then, just goes to show how different the political paradigms in America have really kind of switched places, because the only U.S. senator to oppose the Patriot Act back then was Democrat Russ Feingold, who I thought did a fine job serving the people of Wisconsin personally during his tenure. But things have really changed since then. He was the only one to stand up against the Patriot Act.
By the way, just a reminder, for Elon to have such big balls to do this and to put everything that he's worked for so hard on the line, including his dreams to take people to Mars, this is all on the line. He's doing us such a big favor here right now. So kudos to him.
Absolutely. And I think that in, his vision, I don't think Mars is even possible unless he does this, right? It's all part of a larger plan, because you can't have the society that he envisions for space or humanity if we're under the thumb of this woke, progressive, fascist regime. They will literally suppress any sort of technological innovation. There will be no space. There will be no Neuralink or going anywhere, doing anything. Civilization itself will collapse with what they're doing. And so this is a necessary step.
Yeah, put on top of this, right? The complete undermining of freedom of speech, the mass surveillance programs that they have. So they have the information about everyone, 10 years of all communications in their massive spy clouds in Utah and elsewhere. And then on top of that, they plan to release a digital dollar controlled by the central banks, to basically have full financial control, to not just sanction countries but sanction individuals if they do things that the government doesn't like. So we're really at a crucial moment in time here, where we need to take this opportunity and point the finger at them and say, look, your plans are now so clear to us, we're not going along with it anymore, and we need to demand change. How exactly that's going to happen is the big question, but it needs to happen now.
And
I
here's
love
my
what
point.
Connie Elliott really quickly, she just DM'd me and said, everybody involved in getting out the truth behind the Hunter laptop has earned a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I totally agree.
Yep. I'll make a point to the Patriot Act too. Before every major act that's signed that gives lawmakers power that supersede the people's vote, this happened before. This is just a repeat. We're living in a simulation. The Enabling Act of 1933 that gave the German cabinet, and more importantly, the chancellor, the power to enforce laws without involvement of the Reichstag, created the situation that we saw in Germany. Now, George Bush literally come out with the Patriot Act to give him, his friends, and certain people the power to basically do whatever they wanted to do when they wanted. And that's why we saw an increase in executive orders being signed from president to president since his term in office that granted him a 26-year war. So it's just crazy.
What's unfolding in front of our eyes right now is literally the largest criminal conspiracy in the history of the world.
I agree.
Easily.
I really think there's going to be some very, very aggressive and not seen punishments coming up soon for certain individuals that it's going to shock the world. And there's going to be a mass hysteria and washover of people realizing there are consequences for what you do.
I hope so.
Currently.
Vijay Gat needs to have a congressional hearing. I mean, what she did, maybe even a criminal hearing.
I think
I was going to say the same Congress that is grandfathered in and totally in on this. I mean, it's crazy. It's like you said earlier, a police officer interrogating a police officer.
Yep. And they're from the same team, the same squad. It's not even a different one. They're literally the same guys who said, hey, shoot that dude, and the dude shoots him. So it's terrible metaphor. Terrible metaphor.
Guys, don't you think right now would be a just from a strategic standpoint, a very advantageous time for former President Trump to start tweeting again?
Yes. But he won't.
I mean, there's no better time than now, and even more important, like he should go out and do a press conference after this information has been fully released, because let's be fair. I mean, it doesn't matter if you like Trump or not. With this information out now, it's quite clear that the election was in fact stolen from him because of this cover-up of the Hunter Biden material that is also implicating his dad, and he needs to come out. The Republicans need to come out, and they all need to, tell us what they're going to do about this, because this can't continue. And it also can't continue within the Republican Party. They also have their own news channels. Fox is, of course, very much on the Republican side, and the Democrats have their news channels. Like, all of this needs to be depoliticized. They cannot weaponize the media anymore. They cannot weaponize government departments anymore. Like, all of that has to stop. They're so far beyond what they should be allowed to do, that it's not anymore in the service of the people. It's literally the selfish system that they have built that only benefits them. And, the people are literally used like stupid sheep to manipulate them with all these fake news and crazy censorship.
So Matt just tweeted, it's not part of the thread. 1 minute ago. An amazing subplot of the Twitter Hunter Biden laptop affair was how much was done without the knowledge of CEO Jack Dorsey and how long it took for the situation to get unfucked, quote, unfucked, unquote, as one ex-employee put it, even after Dorsey jumped in. So Dorsey was basically essentially powerless.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, he's said this kind of a few times about how he didn't really have any control over the people working for him. He was just there as a figurehead.
Now you know why you see Mark Zuckerberg with this insane look. When I've seen soldiers that experience bad things overseas with PTSD, they're all very wide-eyed, very
got that look.
You see that on Zuckerberg because he's worried he's going to get killed.
Are we still watching for new tweets coming in that thread?
Yeah,
we're still watching. And I see that.
I really want to go to Tara. I don't know if it's Tara or Tara, but I would love to go to you and hear your experience and what happened to you. And then if you guys need to interrupt to read one of the tweets, that's great. Can you hear me, Tara?
Tara Reid, go ahead.
Yeah, your voice is like important because of what happened to you, what Joe did.
If you are speaking, unmute your mic. If not,
here we go. Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Great. I was having trouble unmuting.
Yes.
So I have a little insight to give you. And yes, my name is pronounced Tara. And thank you so much for inviting me to speak. I love that you're doing this spaces, and I love Kim, and I love all of you guys. So thank you. Elon Musk is a fucking hero. I'm so happy he's doing this, and he will always have my support now. Because he really put his whole, future where his mouth is, but more than his money. I mean, this is huge. So back when I tried to come forward about Joe Biden, I stepped forward in 1993 when it happened. I went through protocol, made a Senate report that is sealed in the University of Delaware, and Biden won't release